facing up against VVB. So they've gotten this far in the tournament. They're only one game away from the grand finals. They're looking good so far. Who you got your money on, guys?
I kind of like the look of VVB, but then again, I've kind of seen them play. We're very serious clowns as Clutch Gaming, but I'm not quite exactly sure if that was 100% on both sides there.
That was a bit of fun. We won't hold that against them, but yeah, we did have a wee scrim against Serious Clowns the other night.
It was good fun.
They've got some interesting strategies, don't they?
They do indeed. I can't exactly say anything right now.
We don't want to give anything away, that's for sure.
Definitely some left field strats here coming through anyways. Probably roll through the introductions here. I'm Cactar King, or CK.
I'm Daryl, Spoots.
And I'm Mads. And we make some of the team of Clutch Gaming.
Only the better half. We look better on camera.
Yeah, drops 10 pounds or something, doesn't it?
Something like that.
That's how it works.
Drops?
Also, earlier on today, we had 6.86D drop in.
Yeah.
A few little tweaks. What do you think about those, Spurs?
Yeah, definitely that change to Etherlands was much needed.
Yeah, so now it's lost the cloak.
Yeah,
now
lost the magic
recipe.
resistance, which was.
Do you think that's where a lot of its powers come from? Because a lot of heroes buy that at the moment.
Oh well, definitely. The main perk is still the addition to cast range, because it just syncs so well with so many skills like Meat Hook, Fiend's Grip.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of the ones that are low range by default, and then it can even double or triple their range, like the bat lasso.
Yep.
I think that's only got like 150 range or something, and then adding 200 to that is just massive. So what you're saying, that the other things are just a benefit of the item?
Yeah.
It's sort of just sugar on top, really, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it was a very large amount of magic resistance being added as well. So, that's definitely quite a painful nerf.
So it kept the 15% previously, is that correct?
Basically, what it's come down to is it's still got the same sort of effects that it needed to do, what it was actually designed to do, give the extra cast range, but it's got the, it also had the added benefits, 15% magic resistance. Overall wasn't really needed.
It was a freebie, nice. And it made it an easy build-up as well.
It made it huge. I mean,
who's going to argue with a casual cloak?
Yeah. Casual cloak, it might get cold. Boom. Keeps them off.
So we also had the Chin buff.
The big changes to Chin and Invokers. They're both going to see getting hit a little hard here. I mean, Invoker, -6 agility base. And
I mean, that's huge.
That alone, but not only that, but it's definitely Blast. Extra 100 mana on that is massive. Considering that's pretty much key in most of his combos.
So is that all levels?
That'll be all levels, because it's straight mana cost across, so it doesn't increase with the thing.
So that's 300, which is a fair amount. There's more targeting his early game ability, I think. And that is one of his probably strongest spells, most people would say.
Most definitely. I mean, it's got everything going for it, pushback, disarm, damage. What more can you want?
And then we had the Chin nerf. I mean, he's just been getting picked a ridiculous amount right now in the pro scene anyway. And he's up near 70% win rate in Pro Dota across the board. So
personally, I reckon it's a bit rough. I
think so that was possible. The cooldown.
Yeah, on his Aghanims. There is no cooldown on his Aghanims anymore.
On the persuasion. So he's not going to be getting as many creeps as he could previously. Yeah. Which I guess is where his strength comes from. But that doesn't really stop his early game at all.
True. Get a lot of creeps up, get that ball rolling, hits a few towers, money in the bank.
I mean, that's only slightly changing his sort of probably late game, more importantly.
Yeah. So you're still gonna have to rely on some, the most commonly used strat is Bounty Hunter to leech XP in the jungle
and just stop
XP from him
getting that eggs.
Yeah.
But even when he gets it, it's not as strong as it used to be. So
yeah.
You got to realize also that if you're playing with a Shin, you want to finish the game as early as possible. He drops off so quickly late game. I mean, late game, let's be honest, 300, 400 heal is, Hero can do that in a hit.
So do you think it's going to affect his win rate very much?
It's hard to say. I honestly don't reckon it's going to be too bad. It's just, like you say, it's going to affect his late game a bit more. But I mean, he doesn't have that strong a late game, anyways. I mean,
you don't pick him for his late game.
No, I mean, with Shen, do you see people rush Ags straight away?
After mech.
After mech, yeah, I mean,
generally,
and by that time,
or maybe Guardian Greaves.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. There are other items that you can get before Ags, anyways. So I don't think it's going to hurt early game, mid game at all, but just the late game that we decide to get next.
So far from the games we've seen in this tournament, anyway, haven't seen him really being prioritised. Do you think that it's just sort of he's only prioritised at the very highest level of Dota, or do you think some teams just don't have a Chen player?
Probably not have a Chen player, to be honest. I mean, it's quite a hard hero to play.
Yeah.
It's a lot of buttons.
Many buttons.
Yeah.
Too many for me. Too many for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely one of the heroes with a high skill cap. Well, you have to build a micro basically.
Sure.
Because
if you can get like a couple different creeps, one stun, one net, those net guys, I mean, I think they're definitely underutilized. That's the troll. No,
yeah,
is it the trolls? Yeah.
Best early game creep from my opinion. No, it's honestly the skeletons are huge. They actually have one of the highest damage potentials. For creeps in the forest.
The only thing is they're incredibly weak.
That too, but I mean, you can just micro them around a little bit. And again, microwing comes into it. So unless you're good at microwing, you're not going to have a Shen player.
Your mouse seems to be crawling away from the table there.
Mascot eating my wires.
Thanks, we have a small creature circling around us right now, so
snapping at my heels, literally.
So what do we expect out of the team today? We've seen VVB play. We've had a first-hand experience against serious clowns. I mean, they were kind of clowning around. They had the off-lane Wisp Pudge, which that's not generally you go to. So what do you think? They might pull that out today, or?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it actually works surprisingly well. But one thing they've got to realise is that what we've seen from VPB is they've got some incredibly quick rotations, incredibly quick to react.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get those TPs in on the ganks. They're going to be there. And again, how we saw, I can't pronounce the name.
Vero Blue?
That's the one.
VVB.
Sorry, it's the other team. Who's the other team that they were versing the other
Paradigm Shift.
Paradigm Shift, yes. Sorry, what we found with them is that they've got to know what they're doing in team fights. Like, killing a few heroes is only half of it. The follow-up's got to be good. Because if there's no follow-up to it, VVB are just going to come back and, mop up.
Yeah, so far in the tournament, we haven't seen really come up against a good challenge, so maybe serious clowns can bring that to them.
Well, I hope so. I really do. It'd be good to see.
Get a check on our lobby status right now. Are we looking at?
There's no even around.
There are no.
Alright.
Alrighty.
So we've got our own lobby host.
Brought to you by Clutch Gaming, this tournament.
Not only are we casting,
we're running the show.
We're running it. We're running everything.
Hey. All right.
Do you know if any of the teams are here yet, or?
Both teams are here. Serious Clowns are waiting for one of these to read.
Okay. Make sure you enable cheats, though. I think that's
definitely
very important when you're creating lobbies in this sort of Dota. I mean, you can't play at this level without cheating, right?
You can't not, mate. You can't not.
No, I can't. That's for sure. How can you what is a bit of Meepo in the jungle? You hear about that W33 fiasco where he typed the old refresh into the console.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Gave himself a cheeky bit of gold every now and then.
Oh, it's
got his eggs extremely early. It was in some low level tournament that didn't count for anything, but still.
Oh, mate. It's not happening in a Clutch Gaming with certified tournament. Tell you that.
Oh, of course not, Jack. Of course not.
Oh, mate, we're strict on this stuff.
We are indeed. What are you looking forward to today? What do you want to see? I know you called out the first ban invoker the other day.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to be the first ban again?
I mean, it just seems like it's what you want to do, what you have to do. Like,
Even after these recent nerfs?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he gets let through, because he did get let through to VVB, and I believe it was the second game against I believe it was Paradigm Shift possibly.
Yeah.
And he seemed to have a big impact there. So maybe he'll get let through again, and we'll be able to see if this nerf has affected him. Six agility.
Quite a bit. So
It's a blade of
20 down to 14.
blade of alacrity, isn't it? That's six edgy.
6 edgy. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
blade of alacrity is 10. Boots of Album's good.
That's the one. This guy plays DotA.
Apparently.
Clearly.
I'll tell you what I want to see though. Be great. First pick, Crystal Maiden.
I mean, I think it's the kind of play.
Well, it's viable. Viable option. Anything can work.
It's the type of play when you want to shock your opponent. Just really put them on the back foot.
Shock your viewers, shock your casters, shock your analysts.
Shock everyone.
You just want to shock people.
I mean, it's not going to win you the game, as we've seen. But you know, it certainly cause a bit of ruckus.
Oh, of course,
But-
of course, a bit of banter.
It's picks like that, especially in leagues like this, where it's not as so much about the meta as it is about being comfortable.
Yeah, that's it.
If your team is playing heroes that they've played, you know, dozens, you know, hundreds of times, even,
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
that's it.
a lot of the time you got a better chance to win.
That's why we don't ask Boots to play, Warlock.
Right?
I mean,
or anything else but Spectre.
That being said, I have a 100% win rate with Warlock.
Is that on one game?
3 games.
Oh,
Three-
three games, yeah.
3 for 3. But yeah, do you think we'll see more of that outside of the box looking draft? What do you think, Spurs?
I mean, teams come up with really interesting strategies all the time. Like, I guess obviously in a small scale tournament like this, you wouldn't expect to see something as fancy as creep pooling from mid.
I mean, that's a bit too fancy, right?
But whatever works.
could happen.
Off lane IO pudge.
I mean, it just depends if they practice it. Like,
That's it.
I mean, a lot of these teams probably switch around roles as well. So, the 5 and 4 position might switch. Even the off laner might switch. Sometimes mids and carries, the mids and safe lane switch around. So they probably don't have as much time to practice these sort of things, like specific to one role.
And that being said, the tournament like this can be the perfect time to test new stuff as well. To test how it's going to work against, tournament standard or people that you're actually going to be versing. I mean, and you practice this part, Jai. You don't know how it's going to work in a proper tournament.
Yeah, exactly. You've played it in pubs, but it's a different ball game, really, isn't it?
I mean, in pubs, you practice this first pick Crystal Maiden, and it worked.
It works every time in pubs.
I'm really going to let that go. I really do.
I mean, maybe they just assumed that it would work against players of a lower caliber.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. I mean, in a tournament, you're expecting to play people at least your or higher, skill breaker. I mean, that's how you get better, by playing better people. And playing better people, playing tournaments.
Sure. But
they need to show up, though.
They need to show up to the games. That's important.
It is.
It sounds like we got both teams here this morning. I mean, it's probably due to we getting to the higher levels of the brackets. These teams are going for the money at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the exact values of the team that wins this game. I think they're guaranteed something.
Tens of dollars, man.
Tens. Literally tens of dollars.
Possibly tens of.
I think the prize pool is $1,000.
Oh,
Between the
jeez.
top 3 teams or something.
Between the top 3.
Wow.
1,000. I believe first place is possibly 600, second place 3, third place 100.
Oh, wow.
So there is actually money to be made.
I stand corrected. This is serious stuff. I mean, I'll play for $1,000. I'll play for $10.
Yeah, right.
Clutch gaming for a leaner background.
We'll cast for food. Please send in mail. We're getting hungry.
Getting hungry. No.
But no, it's good to see that they can add a prize pool to these sort of tournaments. So it adds a bit of seriousness.
It does.
To the
it
whole
definitely
affair.
does. I mean, it really does weed out a few of those strats that you'd like to, but aren't really gonna pull through.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see some good DotA. I mean, you can't not play for this and not.
Yeah,
see.
especially when you're in the sort of semis and the finals like we are now. So It's getting to the point where these teams are thinking, hey, we could actually get something out of this.
Yeah.
Let's play our best. Let's play to our best strats, our best drafts.
Exactly. We'll see people
best
play heroes
heroes.
they're most proficient with in the roles that they're playing. And we should see some good quality skilled Dota.
For sure. If we could see the Dota, that would be nice.
That would be fantastic. We'll probably sort that out.
How long are we?
5 more minutes to a default.
5 more minutes. Oh, till we default. Is the lobby up?
Eastwood's still offline. We've got all 10 of them in.
Yeah.
But one of them's got offline.
From which team?
Serious bounce.
Serious
I think we
clowns.
could probably wait a little. Well,
I think there's a hard
tournament standards.
Yeah, there's a hard line here.
All
I
right.
believe they had all their players, but one's gone offline.
Yeah.
So
That's the only reason I would consider it.
maybe his cat's on fire.
Maybe.
We've been there.
Sure.
It's you just gotta get to these things sometimes. It doesn't matter if there's Dota games on the line.
Yeah, no, I
Your
remember-
cat's burning in the room.
I remember that time
You
Crystal
gotta
Maiden
chuck
killed
it in
your
the
dog.
bath. What's that?
You remember that time Crystal Maiden killed your dog?
Yes. No, she didn't kill it. She stole it.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
She runs around with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Terrible story. Terrible time.
I feel like there's a joke I'm missing out on here, but at the same time, I also get the feeling that I don't really want to know it.
It
So-
wasn't. It was kind of had to be there, but even if you were there, you
It
didn't
wasn't
enjoy
that
it.
great. No.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
terrible. I'm sorry, guys. This is
Yeah.
a terrible viewing right now.
I mean, you can see we're filling time at this point.
A little
but
pate.
we need a stopwatch here. It's 5 minutes before elimination. Yeah, that'd be quite disappointing though, especially for the other 4
Yeah.
players. I mean, we obviously don't know
Well, the 9 players.
what's
Really.
going on. I mean, I'm sure VVB doesn't mind.
Yeah, I'm sure VBB wants to play a game though. But then again, $1,000 on the line. I think it's right.
Yeah, I
That
think
means they're in the money.
they're
Straight up.
rubbing their hands together
Well,
right
they're
now.
straight up in the money. They've already won something.
After this game, they have, I
Yeah,
believe.
that's what I'm saying. I mean,
We'll bring up the
yeah.
And I'm sure the members of Clutch Gaming wouldn't mind participating in another scrim.
just slide us in there, right?
It's happened before.
We should take the place. All right, so this is this is the final.
Yeah, no. If VBB go through, they've already won
They're-
second place.
They're in the grand final, so they're guaranteed at least
Guaranteed
$300 if Serious Clowns doesn't get their whole team there.
Oh.
Serious Clowns, however, do still have a chance because
That's
they
what they did.
they
They'll
will
drop.
drop to the lower bracket and
Yeah.
they will versus the winner of Paradigm Shift versus Yellow Soul and Mid later
That
on
game's
tonight.
later on tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. But I believe the Serious Clowns game, whoever they verse, I don't believe that's tonight. I think that's possibly later in the week. I'm not sure on the exact
I'll
day.
have to find out on that.
So, if you're VVB, I mean, I don't think you're too upset about getting straight into the grand finals.
I
To
don't
be
think
honest.
you're too upset about winning $300 for.
But Serious Clowns will get a second.
I want to see some Dota.
Oh, we'll open up the
Chat.
chat here. Word from our sponsors.
All right. So, do they just? Okay, so apparently this hardline means that they just lose the first match
Oh, out of the 3.
out of the 3. So I think they still have another 20.
So that gives
minutes
them more
after.
time to get to the
Yes.
second game, and
So-
then they can still win the
Yeah,
other
so-
2, and then get the.
What will happen is that they'll lose the first game, then they've got another 20 minutes before the next game.
Another 20 games.
Another
plus
20
another
games.
bracket. Yeah.
Yes. Basically, the tournament will get restarted in another 20 games.
Yeah.
No. So they've got 20 minutes before they'll forfeit the next game,
And
plus
then
losing
and
in
then
their
they'll
overall match.
loss. But still, you're down 1 game off the bat. It's not
Yeah,
where you
it's
want to
not-
be,
no.
especially against a team that we've seen like VVB. They're a solid team.
They're solid.
If you're taking 2 games in a row off them, you're doing very well.
Yeah.
So it's not the ideal position they wanted to be
No.
in, I think, going into this. But there was a few rescheduling dilemmas here, so hopefully nothing too bad happened there with the team.
Yeah. The dog fully unplugged the mouse.
The dog is messing with the studio right now.
Messing.
I mean, this still works.
That still works. That's alright.
Who needs mice?
Leave the dogs.
How long we got? The timer at?
It's like turning.
It's 20 for the second.
But we're just trying to work out the rules.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Because we'll wait until the forfeit of the first match, and then we'll probably go to an intermission and wait for the wait for them all to arrive for the second one.
Find out what's going to happen. Are they going to use a sit-in? Are they allowed to? I don't know. 100% of the rules on this.
I don't know. No.
Okay.
Rules, man. No one does.
Asking the real questions in life.
While we're here, we've got none other than resident Ultimate Spectre player
Yeah.
in the upper 5K bracket here. Give us some Spectre tips for us, the people watching, so maybe they can use it in their pubs to get to the 5K bracket. I want to hear these tips.
I do too.
Really, just for me. How do I get to 5K?
So should I cover the mic then?
Oh no, it's fine.
No.
It's fine. You can share them.
All right. Step 1. Last hitting. And
Is that important?
that is very important.
So the more you know.
Here it
Morning.
Here it first.
And map awareness. Because basically,
Basically, you've got to see
I'm
where
waiting
you
with
can kill people.
bated breath.
yeah,
here.
like what?
I'm guessing
In
what you're trying to get at
in
is
layman terms.
by the time you're level 6, you need to know where to go.
So is this more for defensive gank purposes, or is it more for offensive, looking for kills with your ult?
Offensive, really.
Technical question for you here. If you use your ult as a Spectre and you get to hit him, do you still get the assist goal, even if you're nowhere near them?
Do you get the assist goal? I'm actually not too sure.
And how did you get to the 5K bracket? I don't know.
Alright,
Real
we've got the
question.
game starting here soon. We're about to pass it over. I'm going to join the other desk, because I will be joined by a Wandering Bear to cast this one. So I will see you guys after the game.
Alright, sounds good. Alrighty,
If I can get out of here.
Breaking the studio. Alrighty. Anyway, that's what we heard. We do have a step-in, I believe, for the tournament. Anyways, we've got 5 on both teams. We're about to see a game start. So we are soon about to pass over to our casting team. So we will catch you guys in a bit. Yeah. I really hope Eden's kind of, get this off now. It'd be really awkward, I guess.
Radiant team there. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned. Radiant team banned. Ten seconds remaining. Dire Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alright, what is up, boys and girls? Welcome to this draft between VVB versus SCAU, or Serious Clowns Australia. Starting out with some pretty easy bans there. Dire banning Lone Druid. Something that I think we've seen a lot through this league. Very common bans against rat heroes, any heroes that can kind of get across the map and backdoor people. While the Radiant side responds with the Queen of Pain and Tusk ban, just pretty standard bans. Queen of Pain, very strong mid laner, and Tusk, a very,
5
very
seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Dire team pick. Dire team pick.
Make sure you don't have co-broadcasters muted.
Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Vengeful spirit.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Team ban. Dire Team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Dazzle.
Radiant Team pick. 10 seconds remaining.
Witch Doctor.
Dire Team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Clockwork.
Radiant Team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dark Seer.
Dire Team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant Team ban.
Vengeful Spirit, Wind Ranger pickups. Both very strong heroes. Wind Ranger, incredibly flexible. Seen a lot of clutch plays, of course, around the internet at the moment, with branches being able to spawn trees now. You can shackle off of them, which is pretty exceptional. But overall, very strong hero, very popular in a mid or off-lane role. If we look further down VOD's lineup, we can see a Dazzle and a Clockwork pickup. So we're probably expecting that Wind Ranger to be in the middle lane there. Since Clockwork, very strong offlaner, quite exceptional being able to solo any kind of melee safe laner, and Juggernaut being no exception. If he can trap inside the cogs and Juggernaut can't spin, especially early in the game where he's already used the spin, which is generally a mistake from the Juggernaut player, but it's possible, then Clockwork can do a lot of damage to him. Now we see a Dazzle there to go into the safe lane. Always a popular hero with Shallow Grave, able to keep people alive, and Witch Doctor coming up from Serious Clowns.
Dire team
which is
ban.
a very, very strong pickup there, improving their already strong team fight with heroes like Invoker and Juggernaut, who are able to put out a lot of damage in team fight with the right situation. Darkseer just even further capitalizing on that strong team fight, being able to wall and vacuum people into a very awkward situation. Most likely going to be sitting in their off lane there, as is popular. So really, we're just waiting to see a hard carry now coming out from Vera and Blue. They're banning out Sand King, with bans already going through on Lone Druid, Wisp, Skeleton King, and Bane. So no one there who really fits into the hard carry category. On the other team, we see a Queen of Pain, who has been played safe lane before. Probably not the best pickup for this team at this stage, but it could be an interesting one.
10 seconds remaining.
Tusker's already gone, not often played as a carry, and Slider and Drow being banned out as well. Slider, not particularly popular as a carry, though it has been done before. I don't think that he really fit very well against this lineup. They have a lot of counter engagement and this sort of thing. Drow, a very strong carry if she's allowed to kind of do her thing with that gust and long range attacks. Getting quite the buff too with Dragonlance coming in the recent patch, allowing her to fire from a greater range and continue to keep her ultimate passive up, which gives her a significant chunk of damage. And receiving an Aghanim Scepter, which probably isn't something that we'd be looking to see in any kind of top level play at this stage. So just waiting on the final ban from Serious Clowns here. Most likely going to be a targeted carry ban against Vera and Blue, unless they expect them to play the Wind Ranger in the safe lane, which would be very unorthodox. From Veran's perspective, probably looking for a second support ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Looking at a couple things with my co-caster there. Hopefully he's there.
Dire team pick.
Just try one more time there, mates. No, I don't think I can hear you. In DotA anyway. Alright. I think I can hear you via TeamSpeak, dude, but not inside of DotA.
10 seconds remaining.
That's correct.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Okay, that's cool. And Eden's got both the voice captures. Alright, good as, man. Well, I mean...
Phantom Assassin.
Juggernaut.
Wind Ranger.
Phantom Assassin.
Witch Doctor. Blackworks. Bounty Hunter. Dazzle.
Just decide. Test, 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 test. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, sound check. Why are people dropping out? In-game test.
Can you hear me there, Josh?
I can in fact hear you there.
Fantastic, that's what we want to hear.
Some minor picking issues there, but it looks like everyone having a few issues with ping after our first game just totally collapsed.
I mean, you can't win them all.
Certainly not, and it doesn't look like we are either. Alrighty then. Let's pull up some details here. So we're looking at a fairly strong teams from both sides, Mads, there. We've got VVB with the Dazzle, Windrunner, Clockwork, Vengeful Spirit, and the Phantom Assassin. With the opposing team there having a Juggernaut, Invoker, Bounty Hunter, Darkseer, and a Witch Doctor.
So,
what are you hoping to see from these teams today?
well, what I'm looking at VVB here, they've got a lot of minus armor with the Dazzle's ult mixed with the Vengeful Spirit, and as you can see, the two carries they've gone for are both high physical damage dealers. So I think it's going to be incredibly important for Serious Clowns to build a lot of armor on these heroes. So going towards the late game, you're probably going to see an AC pickup, I would imagine. But generally, the heroes on the side of Serious Clowns aren't, I mean, apart from maybe a mech on the Darkseer, aren't really going to be building armor generally early in the game.
Absolutely, but I mean, Mechanism are very strong pick against these minus armor compositions because health is often a lot more valuable than getting additional armor when you're taking true damage anyway from such a huge reduction. We see down the bottom here, Clockwork getting caught out. Evoker moves in, Bounty Hunter with a few quick hits, but some clever cogs there are going to get him out safely. Whilst the Dire side, in fact, gets pretty much free reign on this top rune. We see the Radiant side curling around to take this rune. I mean, from the Radiant side, what do you think we're expecting here? I mean, just a group of very strong heroes.
Yeah, I mean, these are all solid picks, really.
Remember,
there's not a whole lot I can hold about their draft. I mean, as long as we see a lot of early rotations from the Bounty, I see he has gone with the Venom, so hopefully he's going to look for some early kills with that, but possibly getting first blood. I mean, looking at these teams, the Dire VVB have the more sort of stagnant lanes, I would say, until you get the 6 on clock. So as you can see right now, the Bounty Hunter's gone straight for mid, and they want to harass that Wind Ranger out as early as possible.
Absolutely, and I mean, with a roaming Bounty Hunter, they're obviously looking to get as many early picks and kills as they possibly could. And Invoker, a very strong hero to do this with. We do see the Bounty Hunter giving them a quick few whacks, but Wind Ranger popping her Windwalk very early, and this could be potentially quite bad for her if she gets caught out. Invoker having...
She's just not having fun against those right clicks. Wow, it's a lot of damage.
Absolutely not, and with a... I believe that Bounty Hunter has an Orb of Venom in there too as well, although I don't appear to be able to see any of the heroes' items. Except for Wind Ranger.
Oh, really?
Well,
I'll tell you what.
No, I can now.
Yeah, Wind Ranger, she's gone only for Tango, so I imagine this is a fast bottle, so any harass to her is definitely going to hurt her.
Well, she does have a null talisman, I believe, there as well, does she not?
Yes, indeed. But just purely regen, that's all she has to her name. So, we haven't talked about the other lanes yet. We've got the Clock versus the Jewel lane down the bottom here. That could get dangerous for him if the Witch Doctor gets a cast bounce off early into the spin. He's pretty much dead. There's not a lot he can do there. So he's going to have to play extremely safe around those creeps. But I think as long as he stays away from the creeps, he's going to be fine.
Absolutely, and I mean Clockwork, a hero who's very able and very capable in the offlane, able to CS with those rocket flares and keep himself safe with the good use of Q and cogs there as well. As we see him doing, also very capable of burning away Juggernaut's mana, which is going to be a very important piece for him in this match. Removing Juggernaut's mana, stopping him from using his Q, and thereby stopping Clockwork, him from getting away from a Clockwork cog and Q combo. He can't accept the mini stuns anymore, however. If he can spin, then not such a great scenario. But we see at the top Darkseer getting caught out by...
He might be in trouble here. We've got the slow,
Dazzle.
but Dazzle's choosing not to use it and instead just do a little bit of body blocking there. Hopefully...
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it does look like they've already drawn first blood on the Darkseer earlier, which we very skillfully missed. So it is an interesting time, but down on the bottom we have to stop for a second as Clockwork gets jumped by the Bounty Hunter, throwing down cogs, but it's not going to be enough in combination with the Sunstrike. He is going to go down to that Orb of Venom slow and some big whacks from the Bounty Hunter. So SCAU, the Bounty Hunter certainly paying off for them early. However, they have lost a little bit on their Darkseer lane against this very strong tri-lane of Dazzle, Venge, and PA. In the middle, though, we're seeing the Wind Ranger beginning to push in, threatening Invoker with the use of the Creep Wave, but Bounty Hunter is looking to come up here. Dire side not actually able to see this as he moves through. I don't believe they had a ward there at the time, so Bounty is now looking to get some wax in on Wind Ranger once again and push her out, giving an already incredibly strong laner an even stronger laner.
She knows he's here though. They do have that sentry down there. Oh, actually no, that's the Radiant sentry, isn't it? So possibly a D ward, just in case they were checking for Wind Ranger as well.
But we do see that Wind Ranger picking up her bottle and putting it on the courier, but Bounty Hunter waiting in the middle already to see if they can get that courier pick off. Could be very big.
It is flying though. Hopefully they're expecting this, but he's going to walk straight past it right now.
Bounty not invisible though, and he's going to get picked up.
She knows.
And the courier nicely microwave. Oh, but it could get him on the way back. And
quite.
It's not quite enough, not quite attempted.
Top lane, Darkseer getting dived on.
Yep, and we see Dazzle coming out with some illusions too, but it doesn't even need it. definitely dying to the dagger there. As we go back.
That was only a 2-man as well. The Dazzle wasn't even there. He was collecting the rune, I believe.
No, he was picking up an illusion rune there, denying SCAU's bounty / invoker that opportunity. But we see Tuxia TPing back to his tier 2 tower, making sure he's well and truly safe and gets an opportunity to block off his creeps.
So he's died twice already. Do you think this is the time where he thinks about going to the jungle, or does he just stick it out and hope for the best? Because we are seeing good pulls coming out from VVB.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is definitely a very difficult lane for him, and it is probably going to be one of the harder lanes to make anything out of. I think going as far forward as he is here is definitely far too far forward. We see the Vengeful Spirit coming around along with a dagger from PA, but Duxia just in time to get away. Duxia definitely one of the heroes who's absolutely capable of staying in a rough lane like this, though. I mean, throwing down iron shells on these creeps lets him get a great amount of XP and pressure his opposing carry to make mistakes when last hitting. As we see, she's currently having to last hit under the tower, which can be very difficult.
Yeah.
When you're not experienced.
We can see the difference there, the slight last hit difference between the Jug and the PA. Even though she has had... Oh, they're going on him again. He's just going to die.
Yep.
I believe
he just
this
disappears
is the
there,
point
doesn't
he goes to the jungle.
I think this is definitely the point he goes to the jungle. I mean, very strong tri lane, and I would say that he has failed at the main rule of off lane, which is to not die.
He definitely needs to go back to the drawing board on that one, I believe.
I absolutely agree, and I mean, PA already picking up a level 6 there, and we saw big crits coming out there right near the end. RNGesus was strong, but Invoker on the top rune is picking off a nice Wind Ranger there as they go to move on with the Bounty Hunter.
That's the Vengeful
Spirit. She pops a Fairy Fire, but she is under poison. Dazzle's coming down.
Doesn't have the grave.
Can they make it up?
She might still go down here.
No grave. Bounty's going in, and she stops to make a howl.
But can it do it?
Invoker is TPing out, but they might be able to, and they do get the Vengeful Spirit, but Invoker going down. I'm not sure that was a trade that was valid for the scenario.
Too.
Yeah, that does look like a very good Bounty Hunter.
He didn't have the mana for it, so...
Slight overcommit by SCAU there, turning a potentially great engagement for them into something that was not quite so good.
Yeah, they were a bit greedy on the chase there. They were up near the tier 2, and they did know that the Dazzle and the PA weren't far behind, so getting a little bit too greedy for the kill there.
Absolutely, and I mean, Wind Ranger and Vengeful Spirit, not worth a lot of gold there, with not a huge amount of kills or farms, whereas Invoker significantly more farmed, offering 20 or so more gold, and obviously putting him in a very awkward position. Back down on bot lane, we see that Juggernaut getting very far ahead in the CS there with 24 denies and 50 CS, very strong player. But in the middle lane, we see the Witch Doctor Q going out, and Invoker trying to throw down a rock, but it's not quite enough as Vengeful Spirit TPs in with Dazzle support.
We do have the level 6 on Jug now, so Clock needs to be extremely careful now, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just stands back and gets hits with the rocket flare, because one ult by himself into the spin and he's pretty much going down.
Definitely, but I'm going to have to stop you there because we can see in the middle lane, Dazzle and Vengeful Spirit looking to get a jump on the Invoker there. A nice little ward being placed down as they wait for the smoke to get them.
He does have the Deafening Blast up ready to go, so he might be okay.
And they are too, yep. He pushes them back, and there's 2 Radiant waiting for him in the jungle to push this back if they do try to jump in. Meanwhile, on the top lane, while no one's paying attention, PA just eats up that Bounty Hunter, no questions asked. As the Dire side rotates back top, grabbing that Bounty rune and looking to make sure their PA is kept nice and healthy.
I'm not sure how Bounty died there, because unless PA was carrying a dust, which I don't believe she was.
Radiant's bottom tower
Maybe it was
under
just
attack.
a few lucky crits. Oh, there's the dust. He's down again.
Yep, there goes the dust. And I still can't see her items, but does she have 1 charge of dust or 2?
Radiant's bottom
I believe
tower
I am
is
the
under
items
attack.
man. So just let me know if you want to see any.
You are indeed the items man.
Who do you want to see?
You have 1 day. She does have 1 dust left
Radiant's
there, so Bounty Hunter must just got unlucky. I mean, he is level 4 against the level 6 Phantom Assassin, so it's a very awkward situation to get picked off like that.
So if we got the Shackle in mid lane and the ultimate. Invoker might be able to walk this one off. The power shot not quite doing enough.
Looks like he is just quite happily working this off. No issues there. as he just wanders back with the quick rip to get a few CS and Witch Doctor coming up to heal him. But on top, we see the PA maybe looking to jump on this Bounty Hunter again. She does have the
Bounty Hunter is
not too interested
playing with the fire here. We do have the Vengeful Spirit sitting behind, and the Dust of Appearance is off cooldown now, so if he shows his face, I think he's dead again.
And the Bounty Hunter also sitting at half her level, in fact less than half her level now, and only with boots and a poisonous orb. Can't really do a whole lot here as Vengeful Spirit just sits back there waiting for any opportunities. But on the bot lane, we see Witch Doctor moving in here to try and jump the clock with Juggernaut. He throws out the big long-range Q, but it's not going to get anything.
It's not going to work anyway. Too many creeps around there.
Yeah. Creeps and cogs showing up and making the Omni Slash just not very viable, unfortunately.
That's the thing, the combo with the Witch Doctor doesn't really work when you need creeps, but also...
moving up. A failed dust by Venge.
Tower is under attack.
Was that dust by Venge actually, or was that by the PA?
That was Venge, I believe.
Okay, so a nice dust there by Venge. As we see the Wind Ranger, Wind running up to try and get a haste with that bottle there, possibly a big gank out of this as Bounty moves around.
He was thinking
just
about
leeching some XP there.
He probably would have dropped it to secure that.
Unfortunately.
And he might get bot too. Oh no, it's already gone.
Looks like Radiant side now looking to push in against that middle tower. Wind Ranger trying to defend her high ground, but we have the Darkseer chilling in the jungle, looking to get any experience he can, whilst Invoker and Witch Doctor are sitting in the middle to try and make that push in. Meanwhile, though, we see a TP top from the Darkseer trying to do anything against this Phantom Assassin, but she simply throws a dagger and says, "Not today." As Bounty Hunter kind of floats around, looking to grab any experience or help if there is a fight that's going to happen. Darkseer, though, looking fairly content to just throw down some iron shells against Bounty Hunter and use the sneaky invisible damage trick.
Yeah, I don't...
PA having none of that, though, as the sentry goes down, a big crit chunks out most of Bounty Hunter's health almost immediately.
I don't like the play here from Serious Clowns, just, you know, content in getting the XP here with two heroes up here. They do need to do something about the PA, but they seem to just be happy to farm, trade farm with the Jug on bot lane. Because PA is actually getting the better of this.
Absolutely, I mean, PA getting essentially a solo, very, very safe farm against two heroes who can't do a whole lot against her, and moving very quickly towards the Battle Fury.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Actually, no, that's Juggernaut.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You see in the middle, though, Dire side pushing in, making a few attacks.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
The VVB and Venge both showing up. Along with the Clockwork, looking to get
Radiant's
any kills they can here.
XP
Pressure the tower.
Even right now,
Dire's bottom tower is under
both teams
attack.
are trading quite well.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Assassin very far ahead, but Juggernaut and Invoker both having excellent fun compared to their counterparts.
So top tower does go to VVB. That's I believe the first tower of the game, and Serious Clown's looking to trade
Dire's
the
bottom tower is under attack.
Absolutely,
Radiant's
but they may be
tower
losing
is under
their
attack.
middle tower for that, as PA also looking to put pressure on that bottom tower.
They do
Radiant
have to focus fire, but it looks like
fortified.
they don't want to use it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think they're a little bit worried about the potential engagement there, but there goes the focus fire.
The hook
drops down, and Clock jumping in deep, that Invoker. Can he do much? But it's not even a problem. Big sunstrokes coming down.
Got Dazzle behind him to save. The Omni Slash.
Omni Slash, but fair jumps. Could actually be
Gets a double kill.
A double kill. Definitely a strong comeback there for the
Dazzle's
CAU.
just gonna escape. They got nothing left.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Nice fight there. So you lose the Invoker for the Clock and the Venge.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think that's probably a loss there, since the kills did go to the Jug there, but who knows?
Yeah, I guess you want to keep as little farm on this Jug as possible. And you do lose your second core there with the Invoker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Invoker a very big target at this stage. If he's left alone too long, he is going to become a massive target. To try and deal with the PA streaking into the lead there, as we see both teams kind of fall back to farm. PA moving through her own jungle to get some nice kills there.
Darkseid has to be
She
careful
comes in and jumps on the Darkseid
crit.
and makes him absolutely disappear. But meanwhile, in mid lane, Clockwork grabbing the Bounty Hunter as well, knocking him down.
That, my friend, is
So a
my
double
medal
kill
will
across the
never
map
die.
there for Serious
And with that, I'll
Clowns
probably look to
losing
push
2
some
heroes.
towers, get this mid one.
Absolutely. I mean, it's surprising that they're not doing so, but they're actually just quite happy to move back into their jungle by the looks of it, take some farm. VVP, yeah, just pretty happy, just chilling along there.
So you've seen the Invoker go for the Midas pickup, so it is quite a standard pick for him. Do you think it's right in this game, considering the amount of fighting that's been going on?
Well, I mean, it's a very ballsy pick, but then they are in an awkward position, so Midas definitely an item that may be able to bring them back with very careful and clever play. In the middle, though, we see VVB looking to push in. What can they do, though? It's going to be a very difficult and very problematic fight for them here. Yes, they.
What's Darkseid building? Is he building treads first with these globs of haste?
Could be. We could see another Midas pick up. Very desperate.
I would doubt that. Could do comeback Midas though, but we'll see.
Absolutely. I mean, on the top lane here, we see the Witch Doctor and the Invoker stealing a little bit of jungle.
The
and
Death Lord.
Witch Doctor.
For the illusion.
Yep, throwing out an ulti, hoping to get a pick off, but no such luck as Invoker tries to push in against this
gonna be
PA
happy with that.
restrict her farm. Meanwhile, on bot lane, though, Jug's getting jumped on by a Wind Ranger Dazzle combo.
He's got
a few
the
picks
heal.
here and there, but it's not enough. As they back away, the Bounty Hunter in deep, getting caught out by a Sentry Ward, is pulled straight down. He's trapped in here with him.
Jug does have the
Clever backing,
gonna drop
almost
it,
saving him, but not quite enough.
You were still
And there goes the
alive?
Dire's
Juggle,
middle
taking
tower is
a
under
nice kill
attack.
there for them. Possibly turning this a serious Clowns push up against the bench there, moving in.
The Shackle was there, but they don't have the damage.
Nope, Invoker taking a few tower hits, but this looks like it should be an easy tower for them to take.
Meanwhile, top lane. PA wants to do
Dire's
some
bottom
damage
tower
on this
is
2-2.
under attack. Radiant's top tower is
Yep,
under attack.
PA
Dire's
living the rat
bottom
life
tower
there as she
has
now moves
been
to middle to
denied.
try and grab a little bit of XP there and get an extra tower. Wind Ranger sitting back nicely to try and counter push this lane, but an excellent trade there for Serious Clowns. Getting a lot of kills and a tower out of it as they look to de-ward this double damage rune while VVB start to push in mid. PA pretty far up. Looks like she could be an easy pick, but Serious Clowns more
Radiant's middle tower
content
is
there to
under
take the
attack.
double damage room and back off into the jungle.
So we got the Battle Fury
As she grabs the
up
bounty
on the
on
Jug, so he is going for that farming build that we do see a lot of the time out of Jugs these days. PA, do you think she'll go for one of her own? Doesn't look that way at this point.
Well, I mean, she looks to be going for a Helm of the Dominator
Radiant's
with the
middle
drums
tower
build there,
has
which
been
is very
denied.
strong, and I see the Witch Doctor using their double damage to deny the tower very suavely. As they back away, giving up a little bit more space to VVB.
Yeah, I guess
But yeah,
PA, she is going for the more of the fighting build, I would call this, with the BKB. So she probably, when she gets that, they might look for an Aegis and just go for fights at that point.
definitely, and I mean, she has the classic fighting core there with the phase boots, drums, and Helm of the Dominator, BKB, and she'll be ready to go. But we see here a minor push made in here against the middle tower as Serious Clowns try to kind of break them with the Invoker summons. Not doing enough for him at this stage though. And VVB potentially looking to move down into this river and wrap into the jungle.
They're trying to scout out Roche there, but they didn't quite get it.
No, just very barely short. But SCAU taking this opportunity to make a bit of a push in at that mid tower. And VVB rotating around, we see Clockwork ready there with the hook, of course, along with his compatriots.
Again, while all this is happening, PA just content to
Dire's
farm,
bottom
and she
tower
has
is
been
under attack.
uncontested the entire game so far. Do you think they should
Yeah,
have
but
done
as
more
you
to
say
try and
that-
gank her?
Very potentially, but it looks like what could be happening right about now is
Dire's
SCAU
bottom
seem to be
tower is
rotating up
under
that
attack.
river. Going to be caught though by VVB. So Bounty Hunter comes through and scouts out their smoke, and they're going to know what just happened, and are very quickly backing out away from that potential big hit.
I found him. They
They
got
throw
the
out big
hook.
shots, and wow, a fantastic dust and hook right there, catching the Bounty Hunter off guard, and he can't do anything against
Rest in
that
peace.
shrapnel. Yep, rest in pieces.
That was a great
Meanwhile,
dust
on the
there.
bottom lane there, we see Jug replicating exactly what his Phantom Assassin counterpart has been doing and just ratting and pushing happily. Wind Ranger TPing down to stop that along with a Clockwork, maybe looking to see if they can get a quick pick off here. But looks like Jug can tend to back off into his jungle and do some more
Dire's middle
farming.
tower is under attack.
As VVB starting to try push top, but then teleporting middle to try and defend against this push in here.
So I'm looking at the graphs here, and it's VVB are ahead on both XP and gold, but not by a whole lot. About 2.5. Oh, sorry, SC about 2.5 ahead on the XP there, and almost the same on the gold. So SC is actually getting the best out of this, and you can see that with the net worth. You got the Jug leading that, leading it for the Radiant, followed by the Invoker with only the PA on the side of VVB.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with the 157 versus 170 CS, I mean, they are very close to each other, matching each other in most respects. I mean, Invoker slightly ahead of his Wind Ranger counterpart, but VVB also with a lot more kills to make up for that kind of net worth deficit. So
I mean, I think the Invoker's,
too,
the Midas is really paying off here, because he's a good, you know, almost 3,000 gold ahead of the Wind Ranger at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, the Midas has been a very big pickup, and he hasn't done a whole lot of dying since, so it's definitely paying off for them there. We see the
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Though I don't know if Radiant was stacking theirs. It looks like SCAU move around to see if they can pick off this tracked Phantom Assassin potentially and defend their bottom tower. But VVB not going to let them have any of that as 3 more heroes rotate into the jungle to get any pickoffs.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
SCAU just saying no thank you,
Radiant's
stay back away from that tower,
bottom tower is
just watching carefully.
Dire's
And a sentry ward going down there that could
fortified.
pick them out. We've seen fantastic control of this bounty hunter this game through great use of dust and sentries and clock hooks just picking him off
Dire's
everywhere
middle
even though he's
tower has
invisible.
fallen. Radiant's bottom tower
Target's
has
down.
They'll
fallen.
take the tower.
Phantom Assassin
Yep,
getting
and
the
we see a
last
track
hit there.
going down on Phantom Assassin. Absolutely, but potentially some fighting here in the middle as they stand on top of a ward. SCAU's in a very awkward position. And it looks like VVB getting ready to rotate in and do some serious damage.
Oh, the hook.
Hooking to his ally, unfortunately.
He's going to be upset about that
Dire's
one, I tell
top
you.
tower is
I've
under
been there.
attack.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Dire's structures
Clockwork has
are
shown us some
fortified.
savant level hooks so far picking off that bounty hunter, but unfortunately, confidence might have got the better of him in that one. So it's easier though to try and defend the top tower. Boka though picking off the
Deadpool
spirit,
doing a
that
lot
was
of
off the
damage
chain
there.
down low.
Bones will
But definitely.
Ultimately going down.
Dire's top tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
PA having a BKB there, very, very strong. Able to just kind of shrug that damage off. Whilst Clockwork, not really a hero who cares about it, and the creep wave definitely coming through to help them out on that one.
So let's talk about item builds here. See the Wind Ranger. She goes for the blink first, and looks like she's going into the Ags after that. What do you think about going for the Ags first? I've seen a lot these days, purely for the survivability than anything.
Well, I mean, Axe offers them an incredible amount of utility. It gives Wind Ranger, a hero who's already fairly survivable with a Wind Run, a very, very strong escape. And also, it gives her a very, very rapid fire, which does allow her to just take down towers like they're nothing. So it is a fantastic build, and one that has become popular with excellent reason.
She's gone for the blink first, though, so I think that takes. She probably wants to be a little safer and maybe, you know, have more impact in fights, getting off those shackles.
Dire's
Absolutely. Well, I
bottom
mean, when we
tower
look
is
at
under attack.
VVB, they have a Clockwork hook, which is a fantastic form of
Radiant's top
initiation,
tower
but
is
it
under
can definitely be
attack.
difficult for them if they don't have an opportunity to throw it down, or fighting in creep waves, chasing people down. So being able to blink shackle.
He's going to be able to TP out here. 4 TPs to the bottom lane. That would have scared him off.
So, absolutely, a lot of TPs coming down as SCAU kind of just walk away.
But unfortunately, they had nothing to go through BKB or Magic Community.
Well, I mean, Magic Community, a very pesky thing like that, isn't it?
I mean, if the clock TPs first, he can get the hook off, and that's about the only thing I believe on their team.
Looks like VVB looking to take this Roshan and Phantom Assassin.
Yeah,
and a dagger
the
and
minus
goes right
armor
in.
here is going to help them a lot.
Absolutely, and Dazzle throwing down the minus armor as we speak of it. But I mean, SCAU don't even have any idea this is happening with great de-warding there from VVB. So they pop the healing ward, so they definitely know what's happening, but not really in position to do anything about it.
Dire's top
And a nice
tower
regeneration
is under
rune there,
attack.
which Dazzle promptly
Roshan
denies.
has fallen
He's got
to
the
the
hook.
Gets Pop throwing in a hook for an immediate kill. As they pick off the bounty hunter once again, this bounty hunter really not paying off for them. Just constantly being picked off by great vision and unfortunate positioning.
I'll take that.
Yeah, he's taken his invisibility for granted a lot of the time, and it's really paid him back.
Yeah, definitely. We see now VVB looking pretty content to just kind of push down the mid
Dire's
tower,
bottom
although
tower is under
now TP's
attack.
out and they're going after the Jug on the
Dire's
bot, who's
structures are
definitely
fortified.
taking an earlier note out of the Phantom Assassin's book as he goes to the attacks, spins with Boots of Travel to get out there. Boots of Travel a very strong pickup on the Juggernaut given his current role in the game, along with a
Dire's
Yasha
bottom
to
tower is
keep him
under
moving
attack.
nice and
Yeah,
briskly
that
along.
tells me he wants to do a bit more of the split pushing game and do a bit more farming rather than take the fights. So he seems to be comfortable in going to the late game. Do you think he should be here against the side of VVB?
Yeah, I mean, I think that split pushing is definitely serving them at this stage, delaying the game where they're in an awkward situation and keeping them alive. I see Ranger getting solo picked off there, but in the middle,
Dire's middle tower is
we
under
can see a
attack.
pick off against the Witch Doctor as well as VVB jump in and probably now smoothly rotate through to grab that bottom tower, but first gonna try and pick off the
Dire's
Juggernaut
middle
if they
tower
can.
is under
They get
attack.
the Jug
Chasing
here,
after him
this
with
is
a long
huge.
range dagger, but he
They
spins.
do have the hook.
Yeah, he spins away though.
Actually,
I
they
don't
don't
think
hit
they're
the
going to
hook.
pick him off as they move back.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Jug can't rely on his
Dire's
Blade
top
Fury
tower
too much
is
in the
under
split
attack.
pushing and TP out because they have that clockwork, and that might come back to bite him later on. But we'll see.
But we can see on the top lane here as Invoker starts to run out, but PA is looking to go after him, throwing out those jumps, but slightly missing the Q animation. But she's moving in, gets the jump, but
Oh,
Invoker's
nice
throwing down
tornado.
a quick disappearing
They
axe.
do have
as he
dust.
throws her up in
They
the air
got
with the
him.
tornado. Dust comes down and a lucky bash grabs him as she PKBs and
Yeah,
tears him apart.
there's no way out for him there once they've got the vision. So he was playing very far out.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And that's the thing, having a bounty hunter on your team means you can't rely on that ghost walk all the time.
Yeah, definitely removing a certain degree of Invoker's escapability. Although, I mean, in fairness, they definitely, by the looks of this team, would have been buying on the other side.
Dazzle.
Meanwhile, though, yep, picking up the Dazzle, and do we see a shallow wave come down
They
here?
dropped the ult for this.
Big definitely to try and get any kills
Radiant's
possible.
top
coming
tower
in.
is under attack.
Ooh,
Maybe
it works out for them though,
Radiant
they get the kill, and
structures
Clock
are
looks to be
fortified.
backing away as they push some serious pressure onto this top tower here.
Maybe if he didn't turn
chilling it
around,
up.
he might have walked that one
Dire's
off. but-
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is
Radiant's
possible,
top
but
tower has
I
fallen.
really don't know. They take this
Dire's
the
bottom
top tower
tower
there,
has
getting a
fallen.
tier 2 and opening up more space for them.
Oh, they got the swap
We do
off.
see.
There goes his
Yep.
magic community. If they chase, he might turn
This should make
this.
my life easier.
He's gonna drop the ult. Gets veg.
And
That's
he's
level
not having
3.
any of that with the double
Clock
magic
is
throw
in
down.
trouble.
He's chewing them up. One Ranger shows up with a quick blink, but having to win walk out
Shackles
to
the
even
illusion.
escape.
Yeah,
And Jug just walking
VVB
off.
playing a bit confident there, throwing the offlaner in support at their quite farm Jug with the level 3 ultimate. So
Yeah, Jug had a huge net worth, almost rivaling the PA there, who's been very strong. Their Battle Fury definitely paying him off for him, along with the Rat.
yeah, it really helped there. It did a lot of damage, especially with all those creeps around. The cleave doing work.
Definitely, and we see Dazzle picking up that Arcane Rune, maybe some more graves in our future.
So the Darks, yeah, he's gone for Blink first. Is this the build over possibly rushing a mech?
Well, I mean, if we look at it at this stage, their team certainly isn't throwing out a huge amount of AoE damage, and there's not a lot of pushing going on for them, and they're not really in a position to. Slightly behind and having trouble with this PA.
Smoke mid. And in fact, there was a Midas, by the way, that he did pick up, so a bold move.
There was the Midas. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this double Midas build, but I mean, if you are losing the early game, I suppose taking the opportunity to step back and try and get more farm, push us into a late game.
So they're trying to bait here with the PA.
Yep, four smoked heroes sitting around it. SCAU going to fall for it as they come in. Bounty Hunter sitting there, but not looking to go in. PA backs off slightly.
They have to know.
And we see some strong aggressive wards going down behind the tower to try and get any fix they can. But the smoke is firing, and VVB decide to say,
there goes the
not
Aegis.
too interested, let's just rip this tower apart.
She does have the Abyssal Blade now, so that's even more lockdown for the Jug.
Absolutely, and they're looking like single target machines at this stage.
Jug and Invoker trade the top tier too, so very good trade for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course putting some pressure on them, moving pressure away from their middle as VVB teleport back.
Let's have a look at the XP. Serious Clowns are in fact ahead by almost 8,000 XP, so that is probably the Midas is paying off at this point.
Absolutely.
They do pay for themselves. And net worth about the same, looking at 7,500 in the lead for Serious Clowns.
And we see the Juggernaut picking up an Ultimate Orb now to follow up his Mentor already that he has. What do you think we're going to be seeing here from him?
That'll be the
but before we talk about that, the PA grabbing the Juggernaut on top as he TP's out with the spin. Can they get the Vengeful Spirit coming in? And she might have a swap, but a big crash.
To be chosen for
A huge crit just making him disappear on top of that, and giving Wind Ranger the egg step no less. SCAU kind of just milling about the Roshan pit, looking to grab a haste room there on the Invoker, but not a lot they're going to be able to do right now.
So I believe we're going to see the Scar pick up, but I'm not sure that that's the play. I'd like to see some more armor come out from the Jug with something like that AC, purely because of that weave and the Wave of Terror there. I mean, we saw how quickly he melted to PA. It's just too much physical damage.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Scuddy's certainly another way to go about it, trying to gain some extra HP there, and does give the other heroes a disadvantage, being that there are a lot of right clickers there, so slowing them down a little bit in the fight. Possibly not the right choice, but it is certainly a choice.
So these towers
we see VVB. Yep, and Wind Ranger not even worried about using the Focus Fire there, with such a low cooldown now she has her eggs on her. We see the weave going down too, but a big combo coming out here on the essentially look to engage. Motto pulled in, and yep, just bounced them, but the Witch Doctor ulti doing a lot of damage, and then Jug jumps in on the PA, and she almost disappears, but might just be able to get out. Can she make it in? Jug chasing, but a quick swap potentially saving her.
Oh, I love that.
But they could lose a Wind Ranger for it.
VVB backing out here.
Yeah, they grabbed the Clockwork there by the looks of it, and potentially a Vengeful Spirit grab. As the Clockwork maybe
extremely
escapes.
low. Jug managed to
Trying
pick up
to
the
just
Wind
juke through
Ranger.
the trees there, and he's disappeared. But can they grab him in time? No, they cannot. So potentially a horrible engagement for VVB, but actually ending in just a loss of the Wind Ranger and the Vengeful Spirit. PA nicely sneaking out there, and potentially a disastrous engagement, really.
Yeah, they did get the tier 3 tower too, so I think VVB is still happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good trade for them, putting more pressure there and opening up those racks to further pressure when they're ready for it.
So now the push is going the other way.
Dire's middle tower has
taking
fallen.
Taking the middle tier 2 and looking to get the middle tier 3 if at all possible, but with too many heroes up now, they're just going to back off and grab some farm, pick up the runes and steal some ancients here for the Juggernaut. We do see though PA in the net worth graph jumping about 2k further ahead, so potentially starting to make the beginning of a great leap forward.
So we got Roche coming up in about a minute. I think what we want to see is VVB. They're going to want to secure this, and you'll probably see Serious Clowns trying to contest as well, because once they get that Roche, they can just go back to pushing, and they can fight a lot easier, knowing that PA has 2 lives.
Definitely, and VVB going towards the beginnings of the securing, throwing down a ward and a sentry, looking to prepare it as Juggernaut just farming that jungle could very easily be picked off by a smoke before they grabbed it, but looks like VVB content to just push out the surrounding lanes and then rotate in to grab this.
Yeah, so I imagine they're just going to sit around in this jungle and just wait for it to come up. So unless we see some big rotations from Serious Clowns, this might just be a freebie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see VVB pushing this bottom lane quite happily all the way into the tower. With Serious Clowns not able to do much. They see the Witch Doctor making a quick ward down, but the Dazzle Illusion just going to go ahead and de-ward that. Unfortunately, no one in the area to make that pickup. Clockwork down, pushing on the bottom tower.
So if they can get this
as
tower
they
as well,
Radiant's
that'd be an
bottom
easy
tower
road.
is under attack.
Definitely, and I mean, the members of Serious Clowns very out of position, and VVB with a Wind Ranger ulti on about a 12-second cooldown, able to absolutely throw it down as they do, and start to just chew them up. And Serious Clowns really not able to do much. I see the Witch
Radiant's
Doctor
bottom tower is under
not
attack.
even able to pick him off.
I'm not happy
Radiant's
with
bottom
this
tower
split
has
push,
fallen.
so PA's gone back, and he'll probably
Yeah.
just rejoin his team once he's cleared this wave, and go for the Roche, which is now up.
Yeah, but I mean, the PA TP back, thwarting Serious Clown's attempt to push the top, while they grab an easy tier 2 and then rotate back in for a Roshan that's not even going to be a problem for them.
So we see the
and Boca
Sunstrike.
throwing down a Sunstrike, but
They
a
do
little
know.
bit early. As VVB come in just a couple seconds later.
And you'll see this Roche melt, yeah? PA hasn't even shown
Yep,
up
he is
yet.
just absolutely disappearing. Already down to half HP, and we see a Medallion pick up probably on the Dazzle there. Solar Crest.
Yeah, the Solar
perhaps.
Crest
Yeah,
even,
it is in
so-
fact a Solar Crest.
That,
Darkseer looking to
only
get
on
some
one.
to the place that
Clock
was
gets the
Steven.
hook still.
Your Sean has fallen
Absolutely,
to the down.
straight out on the hook, and this
The ult
Clock's
comes
a bit
out, only
surprised,
on
isn't he?
one. Only gets the clock, and now they're in trouble.
Yep, helps
Bears
pick
with
off
the
with,
edges.
and PA also
The high
throwing
ground.
BKB.
Deathwood.
Doing
Doing damage.
Shouldn't have trusted your eyes.
Not enough though, as PA kind of just hunts them down.
Right, these three, they've left PA. They've ditched her.
They have. The PA teleporting out to try and get away off a Dazzle Illusion.
She
no
still
less.
has the Aegis.
Still with the Aegis as buybacks come down and they decide to back out, not even able to pop her Aegis. A little bit
Yeah.
interesting, the choice to kind of back away from the PA there. He still had an Aegis and was looking like a bit of a monster, but great kiting
I
from
mean,
the
and they had
CAU.
the
Doing a lot of work.
buybacks as well, so looks like they're just scared off Serious Clowns. But they've got the Roche now, and they're probably just going to want to look to straight push with this.
Definitely. I mean, Serious Clowns down to only tier 3 towers, and one of those is already missing, leaving a Rax exposed. We see Vengeful Spirit, in fact, pinging the mid-Rax, saying, come on, let's go in and get there. We've got this 12-second rapid fire, we've got a fed PA. So let's just chew him up and spit him out.
I think we could have seen a bit of a better fight there from Serious Clowns. If the Darkseer had have got more in that, oh, we just
Definitely, VVB though,
see a trade
using
here
the...
with supports. Both
Beautiful
disappearing.
trade with the supports too. Both disappearing
PA
almost immediately.
doing a
PA
lot of
throwing down the
damage here.
Abyssal, but both are getting full staffed out. Darkseer showing us a Shiva's guard, and both teams content to back away at this stage.
And with this, do you think they can still push? I mean, even fight, and they do have Aegis, so they might try and get a Rex.
I would say they can definitely push. They're in an excellent position. I mean, Vengeful Spirit certainly not the most vital member of their team. As they throw down a quick weave to armor themselves up and go in.
Jug does
looking
have
to
the
pick
ult,
anyone
yeah.
off.
He might look to just run right in there.
PA still a huge threat though. Even with
The
the
back
Aegis.
wall, oh,
Although,
it's perfect. With the ult,
that's a
he's going to do a lot of
huge
damage
wall.
here.
Yep, Jug chewing them up. And PA though, with BKB and Aegis still going down, she TP's out, a death ward on her, but the Shallow Grave's going to keep her alive. Jug more interested in this Wind Ranger as he pushes out. The Dazzle throwing down the Solar Crest to try and keep her alive a little bit longer. It's not going to be enough as they turn to chase the Dazzle.
They might
PA
get PA
escaping
here.
with a track on her.
Dodges the
Not
tornado.
too many jukes there, but the Jug's going after her on a haste.
Dazzle
Chews
just
down on
touching.
her.
He doesn't even want to drop a
you're
Shallow
done
Grave.
enemy.
He's out of there.
Aegis coming up as Dazzle kind of
Bench,
rotates
though.
back in to
She's
give his
saving
ally
a
his
carry.
teleportation. Oh, but the Witch Doctor
Oh,
chases through.
No.
Grabbing them. Quick swap from the Vengeful Spirit to try and get his carry out. But can he make it? Jug still just too fast with the Darkseer haste. As she tries to kind of duke around and get away, a Cold Snap's going to finish her off there.
There's the PA.
That was a disastrous engagement for VVB. I mean,
It was-
we're seeing the Invoker.
It was something. The bit of miscommunication there, I think. We had the Dazzle TPing out, but then we had the Vengeful Spirit running in
Dire's top tower
afterwards.
is under
so
attack.
Absolutely. I mean, we really see the power of Invoker as a team fight hero. They're throwing down a deafening blast straight into a Darkseer wall, and just fantastic positioning from both players, putting them in a very awkward position.
Yeah, that wall won them that fight easily.
And now SAU looking to get some picks off. They're grabbing on the Dazzle, he's got a great in. Now switching over to the clockwork. Oh, and they eat up the clockwork as the SAU reply by taking a tower of their own.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top way too far. They had 2 down, and then they just lost another.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Absolutely, and VVB backing off. I mean, this match looking a little bit like something similar that we saw recently when we played a friendly against SCAU.
Has fallen.
In what way?
Some fantastic comebacks being shown there, Mads, but they're now going to back away, taking 2 tier 3s
Radiant's
and 2
bottom
racks.
tower is under attack.
So with that,
a
XP grab massively favouring SC, over 15,000, and gold
Yep, they're
over
really being shown up by
20,000.
those Midases.
Midas Gaming.
Yeah. It's an impressive scenario, I have to admit, and I mean, we were saying earlier that maybe VVB's PA needed to be shut down earlier by SCAU, but SCAU showing that even though they're giving the PA free farm, they're getting a free farm of their own, and really taking advantage of it with those Midases.
They were happy to push this lane
Midas Gaming
because of those 2 Midases.
Coming in.
So with that, we've lost 2 lanes of racks. VVB on the back foot here. What do you think?
I mean, everything's moving in their favour now.
What do you think they've got to do here if they want to try and come back from this? I mean,
well, we've got an opportune pause to discuss this right now, so that's fantastic. As both players decide to just go away for a small period of time.
I mean, they need a breather. They need a breather. They've worked hard.
The Invoker, obviously playing a few mind games there after they've just swung this game massively in their favour.
Invoker fully stacked. Look at that inventory.
Yeah, it is a beautiful thing with the Yules, Aghanims, Force Staff, Midas, Boots of Travel, and a Octarine Core there. But we see VVB actually having a very awkward lack of vision here, and I would be saying that the best situation right now for them could be some good vision, a good smoke, and a good pick off to force a 4v5 in favour of them, and then taking those mid racks and perhaps another racks to even it out.
Yeah, they have to play very carefully though. They can't overstay their welcome like they did earlier with the when they took their tier 3. If they just take the tier 3 then back off, they probably get out of there okay. But they stayed around, tried to get the racks, but then that gave Jug the time to come back alive, and yeah, we saw how that turned out.
Definitely. I mean, we see, looking at that goal graph, that Wind Ranger with a 10,000 net worth, versus her lane opponent, the Invoker, who picked up another Midas at a 20,000 net worth, doubling her net worth, and showing it with a massive slotting there. And Darkseer, the player who was having the worst time in the start, then proceeding to pick up his Midas and going to a 16k net worth, actually beating the Wind Ranger in net worth. So a huge turnaround from what we saw at the start of the game, showing that Darkseer knew exactly when he had to rotate into the jungle, and made great use of what he had.
Incoming!
Yeah, so we'll see what VVB decide to do here, but by all accounts it's not looking good for them. Only falling further and further behind the longer the game goes on, like we've talked about with those 2 Midases.
And it's...
Yep, they've definitely paid off in a very big way from the CAU. It looks very shaky at the start.
We haven't talked about the bounty hunter either. They're getting a lot more gold from these fights. Even if they're trading unfairly in terms of heroes, they still might be getting even or even coming out better off because of the trade.
Absolutely true. And on top of that, I mean, we see Juggernaut, who hasn't even had a Midas, but has been playing a very rat-like game with a Battle Fury and has made a huge amount of gold. I mean, I think the Midas definitely works in their favour, along with the track, of course, there too. Bounty Hunter giving them a lot of vision, so the Jug can just safely farm the jungle. And Invoker and Darkseer only need to take 1 or 2 creeps every now and then with the Midas, and otherwise can be off farming lanes.
So we see the PA go for a Scardio herself here. I personally think this might be a little bit too defensive. I think we're getting to the stage where this might even be rapier territory in terms of comeback.
I think Rapier territory is a very big call. Scotty not the worst.
Hey, I'm always keen to see Rapier. Minute one could be Rapier territory.
Can't fault you on the Rapier desire there, but I think that the Scuddy pickup is certainly a solid defensive choice when you're in a slightly awkward position. And also, I mean, against heroes like Jug and Invoker who have a very strong right click, it does give them an opportunity to avoid that. Plus, the huge amounts of magic damage coming out of Invoker and Darkseer are going to be managed by those extra stance.
I mean, we haven't even seen an MKB pickup yet from the Jug, so she still has all of her evasion available to her. No solar crests. Not a lot that they're actually targeting item-wise against the PA, so that's why I'm saying she should, you know, possibly consider building more damage items rather than defense at this point when they don't really have another good damage dealer on their team.
Very true, and I mean we see Bounty with a gem there, looking to just decimate the vision of VVB and kind of begin to strangle them in with a vision choke, holding them into their base and putting them in a very awkward position. PA could be caught out of position here though, but no, SCAU content to just rotate through and steal the jungle as they move past.
Yeah, serious clowns.
But PA potentially going for a 1v1 against Jug. It's both players throw down Abyssal Blades, a Manta coming out, but Jug decides to just back away, scared of the potentially nearby rotations. He leaves her to deal with the Manta.
They're just, you know, they're just saying hello.
Takes the entrance. Just a friendly little tickle.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, at this point, the Jug 1v1, unless he drops his ult, he's not doing that much damage due to the evasion and the Skadi, so that would be quite a long fight, I believe, if we saw that go down.
Jug ult in a 1v1 though, a lot of damage.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure. So, I mean, serious clowns, they're happy as anything right now. They're farming up pretty much the whole map. But in the enemy jungle, you got Invoker just, you know, taking out camps here.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean that gem doing huge work for them. As we see just constant D-wards coming out from the Bounty Hunter Invoker combo, Invoker sending his Forge Spirits after the Bounty Hunter to do all the D-warding for him, so he can stay at a safe range to quickly pop out of vision if anyone does jump on him. And we see a pickup of the Aghanim Scepter on the Clockwork. I mean, how are you feeling about this one so late in the game, and with such a vision problem?
I think it's good at all points in the game, the Axon Clock. I mean, that reduced cooldown, if you're in a team fight, you know, you can get it off multiple times, which is incredibly important, especially against the Jug, for example, who has that magic immunity, because it does go through the stun. So, because I don't believe there is, you know, maybe a 4-staff I'd like to see on him, but yeah, I see nothing wrong with the X here.
And we see Clock maybe looking to pick up this Invoker here.
Dire's bottom tower.
He's probably going to get killed himself.
Help him out there. I think he's just going to get one.
He's going to drop the combo.
This big Invoker combo.
He does have Blade Mail. Oh,
yeah, and no hook. The Invoker just walks away half health though. A real shame there. VVB had been slightly more aggressive with their cause. They could potentially have picked him off. Not able to do so though, and a long-range tornado trying to pick him off.
And again, that's that vision. They didn't know who was behind them, so they were scared about doing that. Meanwhile, Roach going down. I've got the cheese. Who Bounty is going to grab by the looks of it. Yep. So we could see the final push coming up. Invoker just pushing in that top lane. It's already at the tier 4s. This could be the final hurrah for Serious Clowns.
I mean, Serious Clowns having such a strong lead at this stage with their Midases, probably not wanting to delay it too much longer, allowing the other players on VVB to catch up, gain some experience and just ambient gold as they kind of play defensively.
Yeah, we're looking at over 30,000 gold lead here.
Combo.
So it's possibly insurmountable here unless they have the fight of their lives.
But I mean, Serious Clowns not really even caring, throwing Manta Illusions at that tower and taking a huge amount of HP off it.
I mean,
Invoker just pushes
look like
right
they
in
have to slowly, you know, siege this one out. They know the other lanes are pushing in, so they can really split PvP's manpower
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to peel away to try and defend, and this 5-man can just kind of come in against a 4v5, an ideal situation for them. PvP is having a very hard time as more Manta Illusions come in. Clock jumping them in along with PA, but that just sets up for a perfect vacuum as XCAD starts to go in.
The low ground, ulti, doing a lot of work here.
Yep, and then Invoker throwing through a deafening blast to push him back. The tower goes down as they come through.
Ranger down bot.
Victory is the goal.
This is their last stand. PA in the middle, 3 heroes here. Jug's having trouble dealing damage, but he still has his ult up.
And they're turning now onto the racks as they pop them down.
The Radiant now have
They're eating through them as the bounty hunter Shuriken jumps around. They try to stop him, but that wall's going to just slow PA right down to the floor, unable to do anything along with Shiva's guard. A shallow grave goes down, but it's not going to save PA as it expires and she disappears.
There's going to drop.
Yep.
And
there's
that's
the GG. Finishing up the game.
Well played here from Serious Clowns.
Yep, definitely well played, and we'll be looking to go into game 2. This will, of course, passing back to our analysis desk to have a chat in between.
Those fantastic analysts. We'll go see what they're up to.
Fantastic, and I'll see you next game.
See ya.
There we go.
We're back again. You know, that happens from time to time. Serious Clowns taking it out pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Well, funny thing is, being the awesome analyst that I am, did a little bit of digging during that game, and it turns out that VVB have actually versed Serious Clowns not recently, but in the last Australian Dota 2 tournament 3 months ago, and in that one again, Serious Clowns did take out the victory.
They've got their number by the sounds of it.
That does. So I definitely think we're going to see some revenge. They're going to be out for blood, I think, VVB. They want to get some blood on these guys and get their own back.
So what do we think about the way Serious Clowns played and what they did to win? Like, what really caused them to win that game?
It's just a combination of doing most things right. I mean, yeah. What do you reckon?
So the game, at the start, the game was clearly swinging the way of Very Very Blue. I think the one major reason for this is that Serious Clowns didn't have a counter to PA when she was in BKB. If you look at their lineup, right?
Yeah.
She pops Black King Bar. Nothing Serious Clowns can touch her. But
when that started to decline from 10 seconds, you know, that opens the window for the team fights.
Yeah, because she did pick it up quite early as her first core item, in fact. Right after the drums, and she had drums and helm, and then that was the first, actual late game item.
And I don't think she even needed it then, to be honest, because she wasn't even in fights at that point.
Yeah, she was still spending majority of the time farming, split pushing, as we saw at top lane.
And she wasn't running into any trouble, that's for sure. I think there was a couple ganks attempted by Serious Clowns where the Witch Doctor rotating in and ulting an illusion at one point, which thwarted that one pretty quickly. And I believe there was another possibly one rotation, but they never seemed to pay off for Serious Clowns. And that safe lane for Phantom Assassin was just, she had the time of her life, really. She got multiple kills, I think, possibly 3 on early on the Darkseer, and then she even got the bounty when he rotated over as well.
Darkseer wasn't having a good game, early game. Get done a few times, but hey.
Yeah, he was versing that trial lane, which had the slow, 2 slows from PA and Dazzle.
And the Dazzle as well.
And the stun. So
it's just stacked on. He's got no try. I mean, despite the fact that he may have Surge, I mean, you get stunned in the middle of Surge.
Yeah, if you can stun him during Surge, he pretty much dies. Yeah. It's just too much for him to handle. Do you think he should have rotated out earlier?
Possibly. Well, it's a bit of a tough one to say. I mean, he was the best choice in that lane versing a tri lane. I mean, any other the heroes
that safest ones you can get.
Any of the other heroes put up against that, they're going to be having a worse time than Darkseer.
Yeah.
And they've also got, the opportunity, if you get those iron shells up on some creeps, you may be able to sneak in some creep gold. At least keep, the equilibrium of, are you going to lose a tower if you don't push that creep wave up?
So we did see the Jug was actually ahead of the PA for most of the landing stage in terms of last hits.
Yes.
And I think that is due to having the Darkseer in that lane. It just causes them trouble.
Definitely. I mean, there was also a point when you were looking at the last hits and you noticed that PA and Juggernaut, like I say, were hit for hit in the last hits, but Juggernaut had over 50 denies at that point.
Yeah.
He had...
Clock was getting a lot less.
Yeah. He had averaging about 50 kills every 5 minutes, which is, that's pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
So, 15 minutes into the game, 150 creep kills.
And then we saw the Wind Ranger pick up. That was picked into an Invoker. What do you think about that one, Spuds? I mean, I've played a little bit of a Wind Ranger, and when I see an Invoker, I know I'm going to have a bad day.
Yeah, she generally doesn't. It's pretty. Would you say it's skill based as well?
I would say in the laning stage, yes, but as you go on, Wind Ranger just has trouble because she's great against physical damage dealers. Obviously, she has the inbuilt invasion.
But,
any sort of magic damage, the what is it? The cold snap.
Meteor.
You can just tornado her when she wind runs, and then she's dead at that point because the magic damage just does too much to her. Yeah. So, do you think that was maybe an incorrect pick for the mid lane?
No, it's still pretty solid. But the one thing she had to worry about is just constant need to be attention to a bounty hunter. That bounty hunter pops up, like you say, tornado into anything from bounty, and it's a bit rough for any mid lane, to be honest, having a bounty on the field.
And what I also noticed about the Dyer's draft, that it was all physical damage pretty much. Their main cores were purely physical damage, really. Yeah. I mean, apart from power shot. And as you can see on the SC, the Jug didn't even have to pick up a BKB that game.
MKB.
No, Black King bars, because he just didn't have any magical damage to worry about.
Yeah.
At the time of his life.
And he also had a mantra as well, which is pretty much 4-man's BKB at times, I mean, having to be able to split and dispel it.
Maybe dodge the shackle.
Maybe get rid of a buff or two.
Yeah, Clock did have a blade mail, but again, Jug doesn't have to worry about that if he's in Omni Slash.
So, exactly. Do you think that the blade mail was a good pickup? I was talking with Josh during the game about he went blade mail into Aghanims. Do you think he maybe needed like a force staff to maybe even like a Yules for the Omni Slash? Because things like that could save him, like that fight where the Clock and the Venge TP'd bot right onto the Jug. He started backing away like he was scared, but I think it was a little bit of mind games there. He just turned around, ulted them, got both kills.
And that's the danger of Juggernaut as well. You get isolated with him, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of damage you can put out in a short time. Plus, on top of that, he's got magic immunity after it. And if he needs to TP, you've got TP boots. I mean, just spin and TP. I mean, what do they have that can stop that? I mean, you've got a Clockwork Hook, and that's about it.
So we had the...
Until later on when you had pair. Can Abyssal Blade hit Yeah, no, the
Yeah,
passive bash of a Blizzard Blade could have hit through as well. So
Yeah, so the bash definitely helps out. We did see a couple kills going down on the jug purely because of the bashing, going through the BKB, the spin TP, and they had the swap.
She crit as well.
As
I remember there was one part at top. In fact, it was she crit on him for 1.2k, and it was his death that cost them the mid tower, their mid tower at the base.
Yeah. So we had also Midas Gaming.
It tended to leak a bit, didn't it?
I mean, I haven't really seen that many Midases picked up on the Dark Seer before, but it seemed to work out for them.
Dark Seer, do you know he seems to be able to farm really well by himself? I mean, he's got forest creeps, he's got lane creeps. All he needs is that iron shell with a soul ring, and usually he gets this little bit of a steady bit of income.
And we saw the mech getting picked up on the Bounty Hunter, and not the Dark Seer, so that opened him up as well to go straight for the blink. Yeah. And what was his second item? He went Shivas, but I think was that a second one? Yeah. So he could go sort of more team fight orientated without having to spend some of his early money on the mech there.
And let's be honest, Bounty Hunter's going to get money. It's just sun comes up, sun goes down, Bounty Hunter gets money.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter. He's a greedy support, and the fact that he doesn't really lane very well, but he's good at rotating and causing grief for other lanes. But I think they were fine with that game because the rest of their lanes they knew were going to be quite passive against a Dazzle and a Clock. Clock's not moving before 6. Dazzle and Revenge, they're probably not doing a whole lot.
They're just there just to ward people away from the PA.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
With a team composition like that, you just have to wait a wee while until it comes online. I mean, you might be able to get a few early kills like they got on Dark Seer, sure, just with the slow stacking, but essentially they're quite fragile heroes, some of them, and they're going to go down pretty quick to, Juggernaut's got a huge output with his spin early game.
Yeah.
And just, early game, that combined with almost anything could take out almost everyone on their team. You got your Invoker Sunstrike coming in, which that can do a solid amount of damage, especially if Clockwork, decides to clock himself in.
To Cog. We did see that. I think that was his first death.
Yeah, his first death. He just made it. That's one of the problems of versing Invoker. You just make yourself this big target. The time it takes you to hit that and walk out of the way, you've been already smashed in the head by this, pure damage Sunstrike.
And we didn't really see the effects of the Invoker nerf there that game.
No.
So his agility, not too much of a worry for him by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think the increased mana cost of the Deafening Blast is probably more. It hurts his early game a lot more.
Yeah.
Just doesn't quite have enough mana to do a lot of things he wants to do.
I mean, it didn't stop him from using it though, because we saw one gank on the Invoker early on, and he had that Deafening Blast ready to go.
Yeah. So
maybe he preempted it, because it's not something you generally have for laning stage, unless he was thinking about going on the Wind Ranger. But they came in, he just dropped it and walked out of there. And I think they chased him, and then that's where one of the big early game fights happened there.
Right, you mentioned Clock picking up the Ags after Blade Mail.
Yeah.
Given that Very Blue had the upper hand for the early and mid game, that could have been why their Clock player felt that Ags would have been a good pickup. Because basically what Ags does is let you go in much more frequently, and they already have the advantage, so they want to push it. They want to be more aggressive. They want to take more fights on their terms.
But I think by the time he got the eggs, it was a lot later in the game, because he had the blade mail first, but he was very poor. So
that's the thing. Getting an eggs with just a blade mail, sure he's going to get into the fights, but he's not going to last through them.
No.
You know what I mean? He may be able to initiate and drop the cogs, but by that time, if he's initiating on a Juggernaut, he's dead.
Yeah, that's why I think he needed a little bit more defensive, maybe more utility, because he was hooking in there, but then it's about all he was doing, and all they had to do was not focus him.
I mean, even something cool, like say 4-staff could have been interesting. Jump in, hit them, drop the cogs, even 4-staff himself out there. It leaves him.
It's a good way to sort of control the fights, as per se. Looks like we're about to go into the draft now. So we've got game 2, Serious Clowns versus Viren Blue. We'll see if Serious Clowns can take this one 2-0, or
Maybe.
VVV can come
I
back.
do want to see some blood coming.
Quick bets. Who do you think?
Oh well, I've got to say, just from the history behind these teams, serious clowns, lads. I think you've got it, mate.
Spurs, what do you think?
I don't want to say that, but
Well, obviously both teams have something to prove.
Yeah.
You know,
a very diplomatic answer there. I like it.
I do want to see if either captain decides that it's time to ban Volker again.
Yeah, no, I don't think the Invoker's not going to make it through the draft.
So who are you going to pick? Quick.
I'll go with Serious Clowns.
Alright.
And there you have it.
Serious Clowns, me too. 2-0, that's it.
Alrighty, up, it's out. I'm done.
Radiant team banned. Ten seconds remaining.
Alright, we're back with Game 2 of Serious Clowns versus Vera and Blue there. Fascinating game last game with Serious Clowns turning it around, using a bit of Midas Gaming to pull it back together. And we now move back into Game 2. We see from Vera and Blue, once again, the immediate ban of Syllabere. Not looking to deal with any of that rat, although we did see a lot of it from both PA and Juggernaut, just happily kind of farming away, and in the end, Juggernaut taking that bottom tower with a use of Manta. I'll be joined this afternoon, well this evening as it were, by my co-hoster Mance, who will be arriving soon, I take it. Though we may be having a mild number of technical difficulties once again. Invoker being banned out by Serious Clowns, obviously putting it in a pickle ban scenario, to make sure that no one can get it. A very, very strong hero, and he did show us some great combinations with Darkseer last game. So we're moving into the next ban phase, going down to Radiant. You see who they're wanting to ban here, already kind of going for a similar strategy here, so perhaps seeing the same bans once again. And in fact, he bans. Yeah, well, I think that Invoker in the current patch can definitely be a pick or ban hero, incredibly strong, very powerful if you can get him into the late game, of course, that Deafening Blast becoming a massive circular AoE, and they did have great success with him. He's also very, very difficult to face in the mid lane, so potentially wanting to pick someone who's maybe not the strongest mid laner to face up against him. But we see a ban from the Radiant of Alchemist, which is a very strange pick. What do you think from this one here, Mads?
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a very strong pick. One of the more popular we've seen in this tournament, actually. Juggernaut showing up in all kinds of places, even in middle, I believe, at one stage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Definitely, and I mean, Serious Clowns, AU banning out Quap following the Invoker. It looks like they're looking to give their mid player a little bit of space, and he was definitely very instrumental to their last game. And mid is definitely a tempo setting position in Dota 2, so potentially looking to try and get maybe a slightly weaker laner in against them.
Dire team pick.
Definitely, I mean, Dazzle, a very popular support pickup in the current meta, showing us huge plays with Shallow Grave, offering a great teamfight presence through the weave, and with his early slows can go into a great combination with any kind of tri-lane or anything like that, and Shadow Wave just being a great lane support tool.
Reserve time.
No, 100% accurate there, and now we're looking to see what their second pick will be. Do you think we'll be seeing another support, or perhaps one of the cores coming out there for SCAU?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
And the Clockwork pick. And then, of course, we saw the reverse matchup in the last game with Serious Clowns taking a Juggernaut against the Very Very Blues Clockwork. In their Clockwork, certainly not having the best of times, as I believe our analyst was just talking about. Even though Clockwork managed to pick up a Blade Mail, Juggernaut's Omni Slash didn't really care about that. And as I talked about last time, Juggernaut able to spin through the Shrapnel to avoid the mini-stun.
Reserve time.
I think you are, actually. I can see the little light jumping up. So I may just be talking to an empty group of people. Just talking into thin air. Maybe having a few more technical difficulties here, sorry guys. As we wait for this next pickup from the Radiant.
Skywrath Mage.
Skywrath Mage coming out. Very interesting hero, could potentially be put in the mid lane, but commonly played as an aggressive support. Concussive Blast providing a great long range slow, along with a powerful sleep effect, so silence effect. to shut down any major targets and then rain down a magical death on them. Popular pickup on Skywrath Rage lately has been the newer Aether Lens, offering him a little bit more range on the spells, so he is able to throw out a lot more damage and at a lot greater range with an already fantastic range on his Q, which chases for quite a while. There's nothing quite like seeing a series of birds floating in an orb chasing someone down across half a map. The Spectre ban from VVB. Spectre, an incredibly popular patch hero this time around, with the meta slowing down and the general kind of inflation and creep of gold. We have seen heroes such as Spectre, Medusa, these very strong late game cores starting to show up more and more with significant power jumps. Their item dependency becoming less and less of an issue. Now, Radiant to have a second ban, looking to see where they'll be putting this with so many options still left, what they don't want to play against. The Death Prophet ban, a very, very strong ban here. Death Prophet, one of the stronger heroes of the mid lane at this stage. Up there with Invoker, her new Soul Siphon ability, allowing her to slow and gain HP while she harasses with a very long and very high damage right click. Very popular hero of the patch. And this is definitely not the first time we've seen her banned out this tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
DotA responding with a Vengeful Spirit ban, looking to stop their opponents picking up Avenge. Very strong hero, also able to reduce armor. A strat that VVB was very fond of last match. And also able to swap and stun people, making for a very strong tri-lane, potentially with a hero like Skywrath Mage throwing down a silence and then a stronger magic missile from the damage amplification, then banning out Shadow Fiend, once again a hero who can reduce armor with his presence of the Dark Lord. It also just offers a lot of powerful mid-laning presence and potential carry. It looks like Serious Clowns are trying to shut down any middle opportunities as they counterpick a Rubik. Probably looking to steal powerful skills such as Omni Slash and Mystic Flare from Skywrath Mage. Both very big ultimates, and now putting Very and Blue in an awkward position as they begin to choose mid. They're going to have trouble being able to pick any heroes like that.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright, just a few more technical difficulties, so I'm just going to be out for a few moments while I just restart.
10. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Imba Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Radiant team pick. Reserve time.
Faceless Void.
Dire team ban. Fair team pick.
Safe carry coming out. Oh, and 10 seconds left to go with that pick. We're seeing fairly strong team here.
Anti-mage.
This is a safe lane. We're seeing an anti-mage, quite a strong hero, but does need some time. Able to kind of hold them off for a period of time, though, with a strong Rubik Dazzle combination. And Faceless Void ulti going to be a big target for that Rubik too. Along with the Chen ulti, actually, Penitent, or what is it called? Hand of God, there we go. Providing big heals across the map for his allies, almost like a makeshift mechanism.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve
So
time.
Anti-Mage, a strong pickup for their carry game, already with a strong amount of AoE, and Anti-Mage commonly picking up a Battle Fury along with a Mana Void to provide a little bit more AoE damage for the team, mostly relying on the Rubik to keep them alive. After that, with strong initiations from the Clockwork, though both Ember and Anti-Mage are able to follow in very quickly when their Clockwork does some initiation.
Clinks.
And Very Blue responding with a Clinks, so I think we'll be seeing a very, very odd team here, expecting probably Faceless Void off lane, a Juggernaut safe lane, and a Clinks middle. Although with the addition of an Ember Spirit in the middle, which is very likely from SCAU, I think we could possibly be seeing a Juggernaut in response to that. But it's very hard to tell, given Very Blue's history, and serious clans as well. We've seen some very unorthodox picks out of VVB. Waiting on that Chen pick up there, and then we'll get into the game as we continue to wait for the Mango Caster Mads to get back to me there. Maybe not. We'll get into a little bit later into the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright,
And here we go to the game now. I can in fact hear you now.
Yeah, it seems to be a bug with the draft, and yeah. So anyway, we carry on.
So that's a little bit rough. Perhaps we'll have to do the draft from the analysis desk next game.
Yeah,
but,
you didn't hear my fantastic insight.
Here, yeah, I mean, we've seen it. We've got some interesting drafts here. With SCAU, we have the Anti-Mage, Rubik, Dazzle, Ember Spirit, and Clockwork. And I was saying earlier during the draft that I'm expecting to see the Ember Spirit probably going into the middle lane with a safe lane Anti-Mage, off lane Clockwork, and Rubik and Dazzle supporting.
Yeah.
But we see a smoke here from SCAU as they move very aggressively into VVB's jungle.
They might run into the clicks here. This could be a first blood.
Absolutely, I mean...
Oh, this is so unfortunate for the clicks.
Yep,
I've got
getting picked up, but he does have skeleton walk. Two sentries though, very zealous on the sentries, and pulling a first blood to the anti-mage no less. A very serious advantage for them there as they block the camp.
Did cost them 100 gold though, but it's ultimately worth it.
Yeah, definitely, and on an anti-mage, the hero that you really don't want to get farmed anyway. We see that Void is going to claim that top rune there. Will SCAU go ahead and take the bottom one?
I think they're going to give it to Jug. I believe he's just securing it, so we will do the Jug mid here. We have seen previous game with VVB, they did run the Clinks safe, so this is probably a mid Jug, and I believe they had possibly had a mid Jug that game as well, so I think it's something they are comfortable with. So the way that they played the Clinks was that they he did get a lot of free farm that game, but pretty much by the time he started his rotations, he was able to melt supports in a couple hits. So we just see a quick reconnect here from the anti-mage. Just from
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, yeah, VVB historically running this Juggernaut versus Ember Spirit lane, so something that they are more than happy to do again.
Alright, so
my thanks to thee.
Jug's probably going to have an okay time in the mid lane because he's versing the melee Ember, so these guys are probably gonna be alright. in the early stages anyway. It doesn't look like they got anyone hanging around. The Chin's just going to be doing Chin things in the jungle. So the big action's probably going to be in the top lane here.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the Void jumping out, taking use of that new Time Walker, would have reduced damage that's or reverse rather damage that's happened to him recently. This anti-mage just takes some free farm, already taking 2 for 2, but M-Spirit in the mid lane having a great time against Juggernaut, taking 4 last hits to Juggernaut's significantly less, as we see Searing Chains going down, but Juggernaut spinning away, taking a bit of damage from the creep wave though.
That's the good thing about the Jug matchup. When he does get Searing Chains, he can just spin straight out of it. So
yeah, on the top lane there we see Void and Dazzle doing a little bit of trading as Anti-Mage comes forward to see if he can get some hits in, but Void quickly jumping out again.
It's going to be a lot harder for them to kill the Void than it was for them to kill the Darks here last game.
Yeah, and Void in a great position, actually, potentially looking to try and get a kill on the Dazzle there.
Doesn't have the blink.
Going out, almost getting the kill.
Anti-Mage blinking
No
aggressively.
time walk to step forward. And honestly, I think it would have been a big mistake on his behalf to do the stepping forward at that point too, as he moves into the jungle.
So we got to see a Chin pick up this game. So obviously Chin's had a very high win rate so far. It's going to be interesting to see how early he starts his rotations. I see he does have the Troll Summoner there, so he could be looking for an early kill on the Ember before he gets 6.
Ember definitely a hero that you can take advantage of with that Troll Summoner. Not able to shut him down early, of course, with the use of the...
Not what you expected?
Also not able to shut him down once he's got his ultimate out, rather, because the trap doesn't stop him from shooting away. But on the top lane there we see Void going in, trying to sneak a little bit of XP from that pole camp. Dazzle throwing out a little bit of poison, but Void just quickly reversing the damage, stepping away as he continues to try and leech as much as he can from that Troll Summoner camp.
Yeah, what do you think about the new Void changes anyway, and how it's pushed him to more of an offlane role?
Well, I mean, I think the hero wasn't seeing a lot of use in the safe lane, and as a safe lane hero, it wasn't quite as interesting, so I think it's a pretty great change, and definitely very interesting. His new ability, which shuts down cooldowns, is a fascinating, almost counter-initiation situation, which I think would be very interesting.
We might actually
takes a little bit of
see it later this game used against the Anti-Mage, because it shuts down his blink so heavily, it makes them a whole lot easier to game. So, are they actually going
definitely, but Anti-Mage stepping forward, blocking them as Rubik pulls up a lift, and this is going to be a very dead Void.
To the fates.
Playing a bit too aggressively.
Void making the mistake of stepping forward without Time Walk off cooldown and really paying the price for it.
That's the thing, before you get a few
and in the middle lane here we see a Juggernaut very, very low on HP. Well, M back on full, he's trying to grab some CS but taking a lot of hits as he tries to charge up with his bottle. Bottom lane looking fairly safe, with Clinks just picking up a ring of Basilius and Boots to take a little bit of health. But back in the mid lane, Chen throwing out a quick gank to try and get on the Ember, but Ember interested coming back on him. Throwing down some Searing Chains and could possibly get a kill. Dazzle coming through as well. Now they're throwing down the Juggernaut and he's backing out a little bit. I'm surprised at that choice. As Clockwork too rotates around. Self going down on the Ember as he jumps right in and they begin to whack him. And he's going to go down too. Very, very strong rotation there from SCAU, showing us that they won't be losing the early game like they did last time.
So
putting themselves up 0-4.
The Chen there, he went around, but they didn't have any vision, not that I can see. I think there was a bit of a misplay there. They didn't know that Dazzle was actually just behind him, so the gank was never really going to work out. And he is 6 now, so ganking him like that is just not going to happen from this point.
No, absolutely. And on the top lane there, we see Anti-Mage try to go in on the Void, but Void giving him a few whacks and throwing down a time dilation to say, not today, can't even blink out at this point, so you're just going to have to sit quietly.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage sitting on a nice 31-9 there against his laning opponent, Clinks with 33-16, so the dire side offlaner having a much harder time in Clockwork.
Oh, the offlaners, yes. It's only 4 last hits on the Void there. Then again, the Clockwork's only got 2, so they're both having about as much fun as each other right now.
Definitely, and we see the Dire side once again pulling on the top lane to push it in. As Skywrath Mage also pulling on the Radiant side. The Clockwork coming in looking to have a bit of fun with his chin, but he's not going to have a great time. Yeah, definitely.
Walking into the
and
chin creep.
Skywrath Mage showing exactly why that Arcane Seal is a big pain, as a huge amount of damage comes out from both that and the chin thing. He grabs the haste, but can he get away in time? As soon as he attack, and that Pew could hurt him.
Oh,
he tries to deny himself to Ancients, but yeah.
I think if
Definitely
he
too
just
greedy,
walked away,
unfortunately.
he would probably survive there, right?
I think absolutely he would have. Although, in fairness, the Skywrath Mage would have gotten a haste and could potentially have chased. They do have that up reward there.
It would have been a
Chin returns to some farming.
more dangerous situation for him.
And Skywrath Mage putting up a high ground ward, looking to pick off that Clockwork further, as he is in definitely a very awkward position, the second lowest in the game, below even the Rubik's support on the team.
So we've talked about the carries. They're pretty much even. The offlaners, well, Clockwork just died, but other than that, getting about the same last hits. But I think this actual style benefit BVB unless Serious Clowns punish them because they have that Chen in the jungle, and they're not having to have 3 heroes on the safe lane.
VVB though are definitely a team that knows how to go late. We've seen them do this before, so I'm definitely thinking they've got a plan here if they're not looking to make some big early pushes. We see that Ember Spirit there already got his bottle, a Wraith Band, and a Poor Man's Shield, and just taking a quick trip back to base. Dazzle comes to grab a little of XP before Ember Spirit uses that Remnant to blast back into lane. The classic Ember Spirit dash back to lane.
Nice frog, please.
So based. And Ember showing off exactly what he can do by just throwing down that shield almost immediately, making his way in to push Jug back off the creep wave, put a lot more pressure on that tower.
Even though Jug has the ult here, against the shield, there's not a whole lot he can do, because that's going to soak up a lot of that damage.
Absolutely, and it's just going to kind of chip away at him there. But we see on the top lane, Anti-Mage looking to go on a Void, but backing away with the Time Walk. And Anti-Mage also blinking back, expecting perhaps a rotation in. Although he does have that very safe lane ward there, keeping an eye on Void. We see actually that both sides are keeping a very close eye on the offlaners. As Clockwork grabs an invisibility room, sorry, illusion room, and wanders back. We see Chen come in for a gank, but a little bit too obvious there. And with the Flame Guard up, probably not able to do too much. The Ember Spirit throws down quick Remnant, but there's going to be 3-4 coming in here potentially for that damage.
What a play. The illusion.
It's a rough
got
one.
the silence
They get
out,
a silence
but
on the Ember Spirit and throw out some Qs. Not going to be going in though,
got
as the
the dazzle
Clockwork
behind him.
illusion just kind of stands there. But Ember's going in, he's keen. Void quickly reversing the damage from those Searing Chains. But Jug throwing down some damage along with the Concussion Blast from the Skywrath. He starts to go in, but the his Flame Shield goes up, stopping him taking any magical damage or
and I mean,
much magical damage from the Skywrath.
He's got the dazzle sitting behind him, so that's why you can see him play so aggressively, because he's confident that you know, his dazzle will get off the shallow grave.
Absolutely, and then he can just take that Ember Remnant straight back out again. And we see him doing exactly that now, as he once again makes use of that ability to TP and then just shim back to the lane. Dazzle continuing to stand there, giving him a quick bottle charge.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's currently XP about even. Gold slightly in favour of VVB, but not by much. So, all in all, this early game is rather even.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not. No one's taking a particularly strong lead though. As we see bottom tower, they're going in on the Clockwork, but the Dazzle shows up with the last with the Shallow Grave.
No Chronosphere here. Dazzle's up very far.
We see also Ember Spirit rotating down, and the tower's going to go down, but this could be some big picks if they want to. Ember throwing down a quick way out.
4v1
but
right
he
now.
might be in a little bit too deep as the Void time dilation goes down. He puts down a grave on top of it, but has to get out. The hook comes in from Clockwork, but it's not running enough on some creeps. They are forced to back away, potentially chasing down this Clockwork. But it doesn't happen. Juggernaut grabs a bounty, Ember grabs an Arcane Room, which is going to be a great time for him.
Anti-Mage doing anti-mage things.
Yep, along with his Rubik friends, so, you know, both Anti-Mage and Rubik looking to get a lot of farm off.
Top tower is under attack.
So if the teams are...
TP comes in, but this could just be an immediate kill for the Void.
He doesn't have the Chrono. He doesn't have anything really that can stop them, so they maybe
Yeah,
could
I
have
mean,
gone.
he's level 5 with only 4 skills, so I think he might have even taken a point in the stats. Which would be interesting. Or maybe saving to get those clutch bashes at the moment of
Yeah,
need.
he's gonna wait till he's going in for one and then skill it. It's classic.
Perfect. It's the way, I mean, as a bash lord yourself, you would know.
Yeah.
Definitely a way to get some good bashes.
He's got a chrono now, so he's looking to stop some time. So,
I mean,
in terms of farming evenly, who are you going to bet on here? Because you know we're up against an anti-mage. No one is one of the late game heroes in the game.
Definitely, I mean, Anti-Mage is a very strong late game hero, known for the 40-minute sitting in the jungle strat before coming back out and wiping entire teams. So it's a difficult position for the VVB to be in. But they also are holding a lot of very strong carries on their side. I mean, Void able to lock down entire teams with little to no worries. And on top of that, they have a Void and a Clinks. I mean, Clinks a decent ranged hero with a huge amount of range damage, using fire arrows and strafe, able to just sit outside that Void bubble and chew people down. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Anti-Mage having trouble. It's a very difficult matchup to read. I think the game, if it goes in the favour of SCAU, is going to be due to a lot of rat, a lot of backdoor. Ember Spirit, an excellent backdooring hero, and so is Anti-Mage, both with fantastic escapes that can move them great distances to safety.
Top lane.
Whereas VVB, a very strong team fight.
Looking for a fight here. They got the Chronosphere.
They are. The Chrono goes down along with the
They
silence.
don't have the damage though.
They're going to start throwing down some damage, but is it going to be enough? Anti-Mage jumping out and the Shallow Grave goes down as well.
You might pay for this.
And now they're turning onto the Void. Can they actually get it? But Rubik taking a huge amount of damage. The stun goes down. A quick Arcane Bolt, and Void finishes them off.
Creep's too strong.
As they... Ooh, but SCAU saying not today. They'll be looking to turn it around as the Ember Spirit comes in, throws down some hooks along with a clock. Clock getting 2 inside. And just eating them up as the Anti-Mage kind of chews up Chen and everyone else involved.
Clinks is dealing a lot of damage here. Ember has to get out. Anti-Mage might get out.
But Anti-Mage is going to go down, and then just
turning it back
up the clock.
Yeah. Clock to full 2. Dazzle shouldn't be standing that far up. 2 hits. Oh. We see how much damage this Clinks does, really. He's almost got his orchid too. I really like that orchid pickup this game too, because it counters AM and Ember Spirit, because they're both split push carries. They fill the same sort of role as well.
Yeah, absolutely, it's going to be doing that, and of course, also along with the Skywrath Mage, Arcane Sigil, but we're seeing another engagement here as Void gets lifted up, backing away from the Ember Spirit, and they're all going to back out, but Anti-Mage is blasting down the lane after them, looking to get any kind of arrangement he can, as Jug possibly overextending into the forest. But I would maybe just get out in time. Clockwork though.
He didn't get a cog.
Oh dear. Yep, no clogs, and an Arcane Sigil from Skywrath. Big Qs, and we're seeing a lot of damage coming out. Ember using his W track to get an immediate root, but the whole team's showing up now, and Clock's looking to get any hooks he can, missing the hook.
Void doesn't have mana for a jump.
As Void potentially goes down because he's out of mana from fighting an anti-mage, his team's not really able to help him. Skywrath backing away. Along with the Clinks looking to back out here, but they could pick up a very easy Rubik.
They got the silence.
Lifting
He's got the orchid now. Ember's gonna fall here.
Yep. Ember's gonna disappear.
That shows the power.
Clinks now taking on the Clockwork, not even worried. He's facing a Dazzle Rubik coming in, but the Chen creeps are tearing him apart.
They're just giving him kills here. Wow, that really turned to
be to finish off the Dazzle. Yeah, an extended battle, swinging back in VVB's favour with a few mistakes from ACAU, staying a little bit too long and throwing away their advantage.
Had about a 2,000 or so gold swing there in the way of VVB, so that's not the fight that Serious Clowns wanted to take there. So that just shows you right there the power of the orchid on the Clinks. It's going to be very detrimental to both Ember and Anti-Mage. We've just seen
definitely in combination with the absolutely, yeah, the silence just being too much for him, and in combination. But on the middle lane there, we see Ember going in on the Void, a big lift from Rubik, but the time rift has come out. He chronos them, but he's stuck
He's
inside
stuck
the
in the
tree.
trees.
Not able to do anything.
having
He's
a
probably
good
going to fall
time.
here, but Juck's coming in, trying to rescue his compatriot. Skywrath Mage is throwing some Mystic here, but not able to do too much. Yep, there goes the Juggernaut.
A whole lot there.
Showing up a lot of opponents.
And the
Yes,
god
the
coming
Chin
in.
ultimate comes down too, but Rubik spell stealing the Blade Flurry. Void in awkward position, but once again that Time Walk showing its huge ability as Chen runs into the fray, throwing down a lot of creeps and possibly seeing a huge amount of CC. Concussive Blast goes down.
Just throwing damage back
SCAU
and
saying
forward here.
maybe time to back away.
Nothing really happened that fight. So they just used all their abilities and were like, well, no one's dead, so...
Yeah, they just sit in the middle, I guess. I mean, potentially a horrible engagement for VVB, turning into an incredible engagement for SCAU.
Comes a bit of harass from the Skywrath on the Anti-Mage here, but he's just going to walk this one off. Unfortunately, he's walked straight into Clinks. That is a dead end.
Straight into Clinks as he gets devoured by that Orchid once again, and Clinks in a huge lead at this stage.
This is the thing, they've picked these two arguably squishy carries in terms of the Anti-Mage and the Ember, which rely a lot on their abilities, and they just do not do well against these silences, because they've got the Skywrath silence as well, so it's going to be a tough game for them.
Yeah, I mean, SCAU with an incredible ability to split push and play around this kind of thing, but really just letting VVB come into their team fights, a place where they're very strong. Void ulti, Juggernaut ulti, Skywrath ulti, Chen ulti, these are all very, very strong fighting abilities, and Clink's able to just clean up with powerful strafes. So it's very difficult to...
So we've got the...
this.
We've got the mech on the Chin here, and he's got a big creep army, so they're probably going to look to push up here. I wonder if they've put the DD on the clock here. Might have been better on the Clinks, but I think they're just happy to push here with what they have. Get a quick tower.
Clock an excellent hero to have a DD on though. Clinks is already putting out a huge amount of damage, but if Clock can hook Cogs and lock someone into a room with him, he's able to solo a lot of heroes, especially with the DD. And SCAU trying to take this middle tower, but VVB saying not today, as they decide to push into their tier 3 and forcing the tier 3 teleports back.
There's a lot of damage.
Clock looking to get some kind of hook on a Clinks here for him could be really big. But Searing Arrow is definitely able to chew through towers.
Anti-Mage is
as they get the middle tower, but at what cost? It looks a lot of stuff blocking the clock in with the Void, but here comes the Chrono, yeah.
Ember Spirit just melting there. He's got the Grave though.
Yep, the Mystic Flare doing a huge amount of damage and Arcane Bolt back on the Clockwork. Turning onto the... Yep, there we go. Turning onto the Anti-Mage, immediately silenced and Clinks, tearing him apart as well. And this could be a very rapid GG, consistent with a game that we've previously seen from VVB actually.
Silences.
This early in the game, absolutely churning through them and making a push for throne almost.
They even stacked those.
As the Ember Spirit goes down once again, was that a buyback?
No, he didn't die the first time, I believe. He was shallow grabbed and walked out.
He's very close, so yeah, he's able to get back.
Now he's pulled
Rubik
back.
trying to steal abilities off Chen, but not getting anything particularly useful. Oh no, Rubik getting Hand of God, so that could be very useful actually.
BVP showing this sustain is
he tries to
good.
fight the Juggernaut.
That's a die there.
The Ember Spirit dies again. Beautiful.
This might be GG right here. 19 minutes.
Yep, this is straight up a GG.
They're gonna go.
All the graphs, I
Oh,
mean,
they've still got a tier 2 top.
16,000 net worth difference, 8,000 XP difference. VVB showing exactly why this incredibly strong teamfight lineup works. And SCAU at a bit of a loss, not able to get their ability to kind of push around the map and get all their lanes out online.
Yeah, that's the thing.
VVB.
They've got clock to do some setup, and I mean, you've got the Dazzle, who's very defensive by nature. So where's their damage coming from right now?
Players here.
Yeah, I mean, Ember Spirit definitely a hero who can put out a bit of damage in the early game, but not in a large fight like that. And not so early. And Anti-Mage, obviously, the epitome of a hero who wants to just kind of sit back and relax. I see that the Chen is taking more and more, still got the Basilius there, and with 3.5 gold sitting in the bank, we could definitely see some GG boots coming out to go with the GG that we might be seeing very soon.
I like that one. So you think you'll skip the axe here? An ancient creep could be good here though, especially if you get like a granite golem.
definitely could be very strong. I think that the GGs could be very big for them at this stage, though. A very big team fight presents an immediate response to this kind of thing, and the ability to improve the armor and regeneration
trouble here.
is really early.
Gets the silence out.
Skyra's gonna just take on an Ember Spirit with big silences.
Hook misses.
As Ember looks to try and kind of engage with the bomb charges, but now he's facing the entire team, and there's a pause.
That's a puppy pause.
Tech pause.
So I don't know about the Ember turning around. I mean, he's got his supports with him, but I don't think there's anything they can do, really. I mean,
Dazzle does have the weave on cooldown, so he's not looking to be doing anything anytime soon. Clockwork with no hook does have cogs, but not a lot of mana able to get the cogs shrapnel combo off, but that's going to be about it. And certainly probably not going to want to be trapped inside with too many heroes.
And you see...
Rubik looks in the middle of the cast of a telekinesis. He is in fact in the middle of a cast of telekinesis.
What they don't know is the Clicks is coming behind them, and he's just picked up a brand new Desolator. And with an extra Mithril Hammer to boot, so he is putting out a whole lot of damage right now. I would expect that Dazzle to die in 2 hits. I'm going to put money on it.
Yep, and they're already down an anti-mage, so I mean, there's not going to be a lot they can do in this fight, truth be told.
This could be the final song for the Serious Clowns here, which would in fact take us to a game 3. So both teams showing that they can have very different play styles and take the win here. Obviously, Serious Clowns playing the more laid back, will out farm you game in the first game there, but VVB showing they're going to take the fight to them.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that SCAU tried to kind of play them more laid back. We're going to out-farm you game once again, especially with strong heroes, like I've said, Anti-Mage and Ember Spirit, but weren't able to kind of avoid those engagements and deflect them without much ability to do, just haven't been able to do it. Haven't been able to avoid these fights, and resultingly taking a lot of damage and potentially going to lose this game because of it. Seeing a lot of pings on this top tower and Rax. So
they
this
know
could
it's
be
going down.
Yeah, they look at the. we're getting clear symbols
I think
on the
they're
map
trying to
there
tell us
from
something.
From SCAU.
But you look at the net worth here. I mean, all of Serious Clowns heroes, bar the Anti-Mage, they're playing on food stamps right now. Look at the Clockwork's inventory. He's still got his stout shield. And his biggest item here is the Tranquil Boots. He's not having a fun game.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very rough game for all players involved, to be honest. And Tranquil Boots a very interesting pickup on Clockwork, I have to admit. But maybe if it works for him in the lane that he had.
Yeah, I mean, it's more the defensive route, because you can go for the phase, but obviously you're playing a lot more aggressively then, and he just needed that sustain. I mean, the armor helps too, especially when you're up against a Clinks.
Absolutely, and we're looking at the Jug here. We can see he's already got up he's already used, in fact, all the charges of his drum in this multiple engagement battle. Along with having the Manta Style ready to go, and Void with his Vanguard, a Medallion of Courage to boot. You think we'll be looking to see that Medallion turning into a Solar Crest anytime soon to improve his survivability? That's already relatively significant, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I would say no doubt. If this game was going to go longer, that's definitely what we'd be seeing, but I'd imagine it's probably going to end unless they somehow monumentally screw up this fight here.
And it would be a pretty hard one to screw up with the Clinks looking to move through and chomp down on those supports. So, I mean, obviously it seems a little bit like they've been slightly outdrafted SCAU this game. I mean, what kind of picks would you be looking to swap out in this to see a better performance against the VVB light-up, man?
I think either the Anti-Mage or the Ember, because I think both of them together, they're both very farm-centric heroes, and like I said before, they fulfill the same role of that split pusher. I'm going to take as much farm on the map as possible and be quite elusive. But even then, both of them have been greatly countered again by the Skywrath pick. The Chronosphere helps as well, and the Clinks, because he's a great Orchid carrier. So probably I think that's probably my main point of the downfall of their draft here. I think the supports are fine. I mean, Rubik and Dazzle, very strong supports, but they do have trouble with the Clinks. So you could argue against something more tankier to deal with him.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel that the Clockwork was definitely a pickup in response to the Juggernaut, looking to see its safe lane, which was then very rapidly countered by the Clink's choice. I mean, Juggernaut, an excellent pickup here from VVB to almost fake them out. We've seen them historically picking Juggernaut as a mid-hero, and if SCAU haven't done their homework, then they probably wouldn't know that could be the case for them.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the Jug was... I don't know if they were always going to run him a mid, but like I said, they have before, so it's not a huge surprise. But there wasn't a nail in the coffin this game, because he had an okay lane, but he didn't do surprisingly well up until that point when even actually they died, didn't they? The Chen gank happened, and that didn't go well for them. So the Jug, he's not what won them this game or got them in the lead per se. I think it was more the Skywrath pick and the Clinks pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Clinks pick, Skywrath pick was definitely very strong. The point I was getting at more there was that the Clockwork pick was kind of picked to counter the Jug pick, which we've seen before in the previous game, was then quickly kind of outmaneuvered by a Clinks pick, a very, very awkward lane for Clockwork.
Yeah, and VVB probably knew that going in, because obviously Jug it's not really one you expect to see mid, but obviously they like to run him there, so yeah, a good move from them in their draft to throw off Serious Clowns. They probably thought they were going to have a much more passive game.
Precisely my thought, but as we go back to this fight, we see SCAU very rapidly backing out, but the Ember with a quick silence, and Clink's almost three-shotting him. He has a grave, but does the silence does go down late enough.
So I think that's they had a long pause time to discuss how they were going to get out of that fight, because they just didn't want to be there.
And obviously, they came to the same decision as we did, which is a very good thing.
So let's see what they can do here. I don't like the chances.
Yeah, Ember Spirit looking to pick up that opinion and split push the lane, whilst SCAU try and four-man defend the bottom.
He's got a remnant
hopefully,
there.
probably looking to make a comeback with
Chrono
the remnant.
He's got the Chrono on
will.
This
stealing the Chrono.
He only got one though. Anti-match falling to the silence.
And Void still having the time walk, maybe making a very serious mistake and not just throwing a quick time walk to stop his Rubik stealing, but it's going to be a GG anyway as SCAU step down.
22 minutes. Quick finish from VVB there to throw up to a game 3.
And now we'll pass it back to our analysis desk to have a talk about this great game. I'll leave it with you to pass on the information, and I'll see you next game.
this off.
Classic.
Man, we're really going to get this down one time. All right.
Muted all the mics.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, welcome back again. So,
Get used to this.
Serious Clowns going down, VVB taking it back, pushing it to 3 games.
Yeah, that's good. Well, we'll have to eat my words. We had 3-0 on Serious Clowns to take this on out of the 2-0 victory, but nope. Turns out we're wrong and we're going on to the 3rd game.
What do we know, right? So, Spids, what do you think happened there?
I'd say it was the Clinks, really. So, in the early game, he and Anti-Mage were about equivalent in net worth, right? And but the thing is, once Clinks picks up an Orchid, he becomes this terrorist. Whereas, yeah, Anti-Mage may have his, equivalent core item of Battle Fury, allowing him to farm the camps, flash farm. But Clinks, when Clinks finds him or any of his teammates, it's just not going to end well.
I mean, unless they've got the Dazzle there, or, I mean, possibly if you have the Rubik there as well for a lift, you might still get away. But,
who's going to catch up to Anti-Mage? I mean, you leave him by himself. I mean, he does what he wants. He's farming, he's doing his own thing, and suddenly, boom, Clinks is on top of him and he's dead.
Same for Ember Spirit as well. So he's the same thing. He uses his abilities. That is his survivability.
Yeah.
You take that away from him, and,
Okay, nothing. I mean, you combine that with the Void's time dilation. There's 12 seconds lockdown on the Anti-Mage's blink.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that enough on the cast as well, but that's another huge counter to these low cooldown abilities like the Ember Spirit and the Anti-Mage.
The Ember Spirit's not going to be able to blink away more than once, He can't use that ability. 12 seconds is a long time. And that's at max level on time dilation, but
yeah,
it definitely has changed entirely the role that Void plays in the games these days. I mean, he's, like you say, you're seeing him a lot more off lane, just surviving until he can get a few levels and joining those team fights.
Yeah, about surviving. If you noticed, Void's skill build at level 5, he had 3 in Time Walk and 1 in Dilation. Yeah, and none in Time Lock because he knew that.
He didn't need it. I mean, he's just surviving at that stage, right? I think he had 4 last hits at level 5. So something ridiculous like that. He wasn't about to be going in for last hits, and he wasn't about to be trading right clicks. Maybe with the supports, but that's about it.
Yeah, no. So all he had to do was soak levels, and he's becoming a hero that's a bit like that. I mean, as long as he's got chrono and time dilation, he can jump in those fights and just have a good time.
We think it was more the draft rather than the gameplay.
Definitely the aggressiveness of that thing. With the Shen pickups, stuff like that, getting the early game gold definitely helps the entire team. And just end up pushing through. I mean, they had all 6 towers quite early in the game.
Do you think there's anything that Serious Clowns could have done with that draft to win that game? Without VVB, screwing up monstrously.
It's a bit of a tough one. I mean, I reckon that draft, they just got out-drafted. If it went to late game, sure, they could probably make a comeback, with the Ember Spirit, with the Anti-Mage, getting a bit of farm up. But even then, that Clinks just shut those 2 heroes down.
That's the thing. It was the Clinks, and it was an early Orchid as well. Maybe if they focused on ganking the Clinks a bit more, because he only died once that entire game.
Yeah, but
I don't remember when that was. Do you remember when the Clinks died?
No,
it's probably at a team fight somewhere, but by then he'd probably dealt out, a huge amount of damage anyway. So letting him get that early Orchid, I mean, possibly if you have the Ember Spirit rotating around once he gets 6. If you have a Dust, Clinks is a squishy hero.
He is a squishy hero,
so
but the only thing is
they can delay that.
If you do miss him, you've wasted a lot of effort trying to catch him.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that Dust does slow by 10%, if they're invisible, he's still got a massive speed boost on his.
So it's a hard ask. But I think it's worth trying, and
definitely probably.
And they had the clockwork as well, so if they can cog him in too.
Yeah, no, that would have been the one. That would have been the place to go. See if you can get the clockwork going off. Alright guys, looks
Loading
like...
into the lobby. I believe we're going to do the draft.
Yeah, it looks like we're logging into the game now. Everyone's loading up. We on the casting here are going to be doing the draft, and then Mads over here is going to duck out halfway through to go actually cast the game.
So, in terms of picks and bans, do we see a respect ban on the Clinks? I don't think we should.
I'm seeing Juggernaut in this game. He's been too pivotal.
Seeing him banned?
I reckon he's going to be banned. He's been quite pivotal these last 2 games.
Also the Chen doing a lot of work. We didn't actually talk about the Chen.
Yeah, no, Shen's early game presence.
Him coupled with the healing ward and the mech, and they just had too much sustain. They went from that tier 2 to the tier 3 to the mid tier 3, and they were all still full health and had a lot of mana too. So
exactly,
you couldn't stop that push.
It's a snowball. It's just a ball of death, man. A wrecking ball, man. Taking down those towers, keeping those heals up, keeping your team healthy, and like I say, with the healing ward on top of that, they can just keep going.
So, I mean, we might see the jug ban, but then if you ban the jug, you're letting a lot through.
Oh, exactly that. I mean, there's a lot of different ways these games can come out.
I think the Invoker still gets banned. Yeah. Obviously, whoever's got first pick probably isn't going to ban it.
Yeah, there we go.
Serious Clowns is actually going to ban it. So they don't want it for themselves. No. They're happy to pick something else, and they don't want to play against it.
Lone Druid?
Again, we haven't actually seen Lone Druid play it, but he's
seen the bear come out. But,
he's been banned every single game.
He is a very strong hero at the moment with the new Primal War. Yeah, anyways.
Yeah.
You know what I'm on about.
Savager.
Here's the Shen ban.
Yep, nice ban from Serious Clowns.
Do you think we'll see first pick up of Juggernaut if he doesn't get banned?
Yeah, I think Serious Clowns are happy picking him up.
Yeah.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Alright, welcome back to Game 3 here of Serious Clowns versus Vera in Blue. Seeing immediate bans, the first ban there on Invoker going out, of course, always a strong pick since Vera in Blue getting first pick. I would have picked that hero up. And banning the Chen, a hero who showed that was trying to do a lot of work there for Vera in Blue last game. Whilst Vera in Blue banning the Lone Druid and Clockwork. Very strong bans there as well. Able to shut down a popular hero, Clockwork, that both teams have been kind of trading backwards and forwards between, and Lone Druid, as analysis just said, shutting down their ability to make use of the new Savage Roar. First pickups, though, going to Queen of Pain, a very strong laner that Serious Clowns looked to ban last game, and Serious Clowns once again picking up Juggernaut, a hero that's gone backwards and forwards between the two teams quite a bit today. Now just waiting on that second pick for the Radiant, while we wait for my co-caster there, Mads, to get back into the game.
Lion.
And it's going to be a Lion.
Dire team pick.
Very, very strong hero we've seen in some of the previous series, at least the early ones. I can't.
Dire team ban.
With Lion, a very, very strong hero, bringing out a huge amount of CC with both the Earth Spike and the Hex, able to drain mana from his opponents, and of course secure kills with a strong Finger of Doom, or Death if you will. Rubik being picked up in response, a great choice here, very, very strong support, who's able to pick up strong ultimates from both Queen of Pain and Lion that could be turning the course of the match.
5
in
seconds
response to this, Dire banning out Clinks there. Serious Clowns having a serious problem with Clinks last game.
Reserve time.
Vera in Blue showing them the amount of works that Clinks can do when you keep them alive and give them a chance to shred through your backlines. Vera in Blue responding there with a Death Prophet ban, another very, very strong middle laner who would probably be able to go very easily against the Queen of Pain. It isn't the best matchup since Blink does break the Soul Siphon, which is one of Death Prophet's biggest advantages in middle lane at this stage, but I'm still very strong.
Radiant team ban.
Serious Clowns responding here with a ban of the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor did a lot of work for them in the first game, winning in quite a few team fights with very big Death Ward ultimates. But ultimately probably not wanting to play against that kind of thing this round with whatever they have in mind.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Waiting here for the Radiant ban 4. Looking to see what they're going to bring out. Banning out the Wisp. Wisp, an interesting ban. Probably just looking to kind of avoid having to deal with any kind of global strat or more rat dodo, obviously. But still not something that I would think Serious Clowns would be looking to pick up after picking the Juggernaut, or VVB have run the middle Juggernaut twice this tournament. I wouldn't expect Serious Clowns to be picking those kind of heroes at this stage.
10 seconds remaining.
Now waiting for VVB's third pick. 2 cores and a support
5
position
seconds
still remaining, assuming they go for the standard set there. They did run Jungle last game, and Chen, a very strong team fight, and they do still have a very strong team fight. Picking up a Bristleback, most probably offlane, to augment that, though Bristleback definitely has been run previously as an offlaner, sorry, as a safe laner, able to get a lot of farm, bring a lot to the team. Recently added an Aghanim Scepter, which applies Nasal Goo in a very large area around it. So could be a pretty big pickup. We have seen it picked up in a couple of professional games during the Star Ladder tournament. Now back to Serious Clowns to make a pick. Once again, 2 cores in a support position available to them.
5 seconds remaining.
They haven't really defined their strategy yet, whereas the Vera in Blue team seems to be looking for a very big AoE setup. They have run a jungler in the past, so potentially looking to maybe get an Enigma, allowing the Bristleback to take a solo offlane, and Enigma providing them with even more team fight to go with their huge AoE damage. Serious Clowns, on the other hand, really haven't defined a style yet. Not quite so obvious with their bans of strong mid laners last game to try and get a free Ember there, which was very handily countered by the Juggernaut, which we've seen twice now. Serious Clown's burning a lot of their reserve time, trying to make this pick. Very hard decision, as they see a strong caster AoE line up against them. Definitely taking their sweet time here, and there's not a lot for me to say as they pick up a Treant Protector.
Radiant team pick.
A very strong hero who offers a very strong team fight of his own. Treant recently seen a slight surge in popularity as people started to realise that his AMs can be used to very rapidly farm the enemy or allied jungle whilst providing a huge amount of vision and basically removing the need to get wards, as well as putting your opponents in a very awkward position of having to try and ward them. Treant, even beyond that, still brings a massive amount of team fight, shutting down the auto attack and movement abilities of his opponents, whilst providing a huge amount of HP to allies. And in combination with Juggernaut, actually a very strong hero. Once you stop Jug being able to shut down in the early game by magic, by putting him in Blade Flurry, then you can throw a nice little heal on them to negate a lot of the physical damage coming in, along with the damage block component. River and Blue replying with their own support pickup of Crystal Maiden. Definitely an awesome pick here for their lineup. 3 relatively mana-hungry and very spamming heroes, so their Arcane Aura is going to be great. But Serious Clowns, no longer having a lot of reserve time, quickly throwing in a Phoenix to try and slow the attack speed and offer a lot more AoE damage. So it looks like it's going to be a bit of an AoE damage fight this match.
10 seconds remaining.
See what they can do, and now it's River and Blue's turn to ban with, by the looks of it, only a mid laner left to be picked. Whilst SCAU will have the next ban looking to ban out either a safe lane or an offlane. A very clever drafting ploy from Veraveran, since Bristleback can fit quite nicely into either slot. Veraveran banning Zeus, very strong hero this patch, able to offer a huge amount of global presence. While Serious Clowns banning Silencer. Interesting ban here, since it wouldn't be my pick for either offlane or a safe lane choice, and they don't really hurt a whole lot from not having their spells, although Rubik obviously not willing to face a Silencer. It's an interesting ban, but Serious Clowns perhaps feeling the burn, having very little reserve time and one pick left to make. Back to Veraveran Blue. Pick either their safe carry or offlane. Which one it'll be remains to be seen. Though in this composition and versus this team, I'd be inclined to say we'll be seeing a Bristleback offlane. It's going to do really well against a Juggernaut Rubik Treant lane. If that's what we see. 24 seconds left on the clock here for Veraveran Blue before they start chewing up their reserve time. With a pretty large amount of mixed damage overall. They're probably going to be looking to pick up more physical carry, I would guess, since with a Lion, Queen of Pain, and Crystal Maiden, they do have a huge amount of magic damage. And they do pick up a Wind Ranger. Not quite sure where this is going to go, since a Wind Ranger is still completely capable of going to a safe or offlane. I would be inclined to say she's going to go to an offlane, since she probably doesn't do as well as the farm as Bristleback does, but it's very possible that VVP potentially looking to run 2 dual lanes and get a lot of farm after such a dominating victory in Serious Clan's last match, try and capitalise on that psychological component. As Serious Clowns now into their last phase, having to pick a mid laner to go up against Queen of Pain, Death Prophet, Zeus, and Invoker all out of the picture. I mean, this is definitely going to be a difficult pickup for them. Queen of Pain, a very strong laner. The common matchup, of course, being Queen of Pain versus Puck in the mid lane, but Queen of Pain had a relatively significant advantage in that. And they pick a Lina, a very strong mid, bringing an execute of their own against the Lion, a huge amount of damage, and some very strong right click as we go into the game. We're looking to see where this Wind Ranger and Bristleback are going to be sitting, though we can probably expect the Queen of Pain to take the middle against Lina. Wind Ranger, I actually haven't considered, is that she could definitely be taking a middle against Lina with her strong right clicks, and Queen of Pain could look to take a safe lane. But I think with the large magic damage that Lina brings in the early game, Queen of Pain probably a safer bet to be kind of going for the one way or the other immediate get death trades. But how we go, we'll just have to see as we
10 seconds
to start
remaining.
this final match of the upper bracket Australian Dota 2 Premiership.
5 seconds
Clash
remaining.
Gaming. Should be joined shortly, I believe, by my co-caster, Mads. Oh, fantastic. And one person is already AFK from VVB. Always a good start. Yeah, I mean, a left leaner stun definitely could do some damage, but it seems like both teams pretty content to let either side do what they want and then kind of just have a slugfest of team fight, really. Something I was obviously discussing a lot with myself in the draft there, so I quietly chatted away. The Queen of Pain, Bristleback, and Windranger all obviously cause potential of really kind of swapping their lanes up as they please. Where do you think they're going to be laning here? I mean, I kind of surmise would have a Bristleback off lane, a Queen of Pain mid lane, and a Windranger safe lane. But how are you feeling about this, Mads? Yeah, I mean, I think unless they're going to put a Rubik there or something, that'd be a little bit odd. Yeah, I mean, I definitely discussed the fact that Windranger did. I discussed the Windranger against Lena, since Lena is quite right-click reliant as she moves into the mid to late game, but I feel that the Windranger would have a much stronger time in a safe lane, facing a Phoenix, a relatively easy hero to kind of face for her, while the Quap can face Lena, two heroes who can kind of both offer a huge amount of burst against each other, so don't really want to engage unless they can guarantee a kill. And then Windranger from the safe lane can kind of negate a mid to late game Lena, whilst Quap is kind of capable of dealing with her early and a very, very strong laner.
I want to see from Serious Clowns this game is some early pressure. Most of their heroes, all they want is 6. That's all they need. Not heavily item dependent at all. Bar the Jug, but even the Jug, you don't really need items to Omni Slash someone. So when you're looking at the heroes on the VVB side, in terms of the supports, Crystal Maiden and Lion are two of the squishiest supports in the game. And plus, Windranger herself is also quite squishy, especially against magic damage, which is another reason why I questioned the last pick, Windranger. So I'm probably going to have to favour the Serious Clowns draft myself, as long as they can utilise it to its strengths.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's a very hard pick at this stage in the game. I think the Phoenix was a very interesting pick that I have to strongly disagree with myself. I mean, Phoenix obviously brings a lot of team fight damage, able to throw out a lot, offer some slows. But I mean, Phoenix's biggest utility is, of course, the ability to bring the stun and damage of Supernova and the slow of his or her Firebirds. being a huge attack speed slow, and none of these heroes from VVB really care whatsoever about this attack speed slow. I mean, all of them are pretty content to throw out huge ability combos and then kind of use their right clicks afterwards. So I think the Phoenix is a very questionable pick and could actually just end up being dead weight.
Yeah, she can get jumped on, I believe. They have a bit of lockdown. Obviously, it's got the Icarus dive, so if she gets frostbite, she can Icarus dive out of that, I believe.
Yeah, I do believe so, but I mean, obviously, still having a Lion and possibly a Wind Ranger safe lane down there, able to offer two different forms of CC, a potential Mud Drain, and easy shackles with a Hex or Earth Spike to line them up. So it could be a very, very hard lane for the Phoenix if he does take off, which I kind of assume he will.
So, yeah, that offlane pick, well, we're assuming at this point it's going offlane, is questionable. We'll see how they play it. Obviously, if this is a tri lane from VVB, Phoenix is not going to have a fun time, especially once their supports get a couple levels because of just how much lockdown they have and how squishy Phoenix is as a hero. I mean, 0 armor, level 1, so yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the tri-lane is definitely possible. Crystal Maiden, a hero who's very, very capable of jungling by herself, and I mean, can in fact achieve a sub 1 minute level 2 if she so desires, with a quick couple of right clicks and a frostbite on a large creep to get her there. So it could be a very, very strong camp early with a Crystal Nova frostbite onto the Lina, who doesn't have a lot of escapes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, if it is the Phoenix, you blow the Icarus dive, that thing's got a 30-second cooldown, so he can no longer approach the wave for 30 seconds. You just, cast a frostbite on him, and he's forced to use it, pretty much. So they might run a dual lane. They could put the tree there with him, which makes it a lot easier, but then obviously they've got the Jug Rub at top, which probably is okay, honestly, so we'll see what they do.
Absolutely, and the Wind Ranger against Phoenix very low armor, obviously picking up the Ring of Protection early, but the tree armor may be able to deal with Wind Ranger's somewhat average attack speed in the early game to help negate a lot of damage. As VVB moving very aggressively, looking to wrap around by the looks of it and grab SCAU as they try to ward up and get ready to take this top room with a pull ward there too. Let me see, SCAU coming up on this mid lane
Phoenix
side.
Phoenix gonna go for a rune snipe here. See if he gets it from the quad.
The battle begins.
Oh no, he's just gonna walk in.
He's just gonna walk down and hit the crop. But
Phoenix
still takes the
grabs
bounty
it.
rune.
Nice, we got a little bit of action
Very
here.
careful. And
on Bristleback.
Rubik actually denying the top bounty rune, stopping anyone getting it. So overall, a kind of odd but very beneficial trade for SCAU.
Early D ward here as well, so they saw that getting placed, or they assumed it got placed there, so that's
yeah, and
it's good for
VVB
them.
looking to do an aggressive tri lane with the Lion, Crystal Maiden, and Bristleback, or Wind Ranger. No, Quap in fact takes the safe lane against Phoenix, a very good lane for her, and Wind Ranger tries to face up against Lina in middle, so nothing even close to what we were thinking.
Yeah, I actually like this.
As the Lion has some.
Because Quap does have a fine time. I mean, they're obviously, giving more to the Phoenix, but they're not worried about that. They just want to shut down the Jug.
Absolutely, and I mean, Quap eliminates any issues that they might have with tree armor on the Phoenix from a Wind Ranger or anything like that, and really shuts them down. While they give their Bristleback, a very strong hero, if he can get any kind of farm, some farm of their own.
Oh, the
but
CM
picking up the CM. Jumping in there, and she's going to go down very quickly, having picked up Nova at level 1. Bristleback's throwing out some bristles, but probably not able to do a whole lot as Tree comes in and just whacks him down, and now this could be Lion going down as well. As they chase in, Tree looks like he was going to try and cast a Leech Seed, but unfortunately got animation cancelled around the corner as Lion backs off and You get some health, the healing ward from Jug going down. SCU kind of grab around it and tree eats a tree.
Level 1 Bristleback as well, or even level 2, it's still not a tanky hero. It's not until he gets a few more levels in Bristleback.
Or any levels in Bristleback for that matter. I mean, he had nothing. He had the Quill Spray level 1. And see him picking up the Nova, which I don't actually agree with at all myself. I mean, it does offer a very large slow, but the Frostbite is just too strong, and also could have allowed her to take this large camp that we see to the right of VVB's offlane, and giving her an early level.
This is what we talked about though, the squishiness of the two supports here from VVB. That's pretty much how they lost that fight. It's not until they get a few levels that they want to take a fight. But going into a Jug spin plus the slow from the tree is going to be tough. Mid lane.
Absolutely, we might see the Lion getting picked up here too. Once again, Jug spinning. The Spike goes down the tree, but he's going to slow the Bristleback, keeping everyone alive. And Jug still gets the kill on the Lion. They're backing out now, but Bristleback, with Bristleback and a few kills going out, is seriously hurting them, and they're probably going to have to back away from this. And they do, in fact. And
He's
SCAU
got mana for one more, but
doing some really impressive telekinesis tricks through the trees there, getting them 3 kills so far.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Fantastic lane for them.
Pulling them out of position, and it's giving them a lot of trouble. So we got the tree walking the long way back to the fountain there. Bottom lane.
But in tree still with enough mana for living armor, so he's able to assist as much as he needs to.
Bottom lane's a bit of a
And
wash
on bottom lane
here.
there we see
Trading fairly
Phoenix
evenly.
doing
Phoenix
good
doing
too.
okay.
Yep, and how are we looking in last hits and denies? Phoenix 10 last hits, 3 denies, 2 Quaps, 10 last hits, 13 denies. So Quap definitely asserting some lane dominance there, showing a almost 50, about 100 half level advantage there. As we see them training a little bit again on top, actually.
And
quickly
lane
going around the
though,
Bristleback, throwing out a lot of bristles.
the
despite
Wind Rangers is
quite a lot
doing
of feeding.
incredibly well against the laner, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems. I'd like to say that it's going one way or the other. SCAU definitely making great use of their tri-lane top, but not getting the kills that they, not getting the wins they need rather on their other lanes to make it count.
Yeah, it's a bit early to tell how this one's going to go, but this fight could help out SC. Easily killing.
Yeah, absolutely. As
Bristleback
Bristleback goes down from a quick lift, and seeing him still in a very awkward position, starting with Nova and then getting an Arcane Aura, she just can't offer any assistance to her teammates when they get caught out, and she's not able to pin heroes down either, which is a very awkward situation for them. As Tree decides to go invisible and pretend to be a ward. And in fact places a ward right in front of Lion's face.
What do you think about this Observer ward here in Quap's inventory? What's he planning with that?
Well, I imagine that at a certain stage he's probably looking to get a little bit deeper and then place a safe lane ward or a ward in the river there to cover his rune, but it's very difficult to tell.
See him actually rotating now. She's heading up.
Yeah, see him rotating around. But still not going to be able to do a lot against this Phoenix. I mean, with level 2 Crystal Maiden with only 1 point in Crystal Nova and 1 point in Arcane Aura, she sacrificed her jumping
capitalize
power,
on this there.
She can't jump down. Yeah, it looks like CM's going to look to pull and try and get a level in Frostbite at least.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move. She was doing more harm than good to her team up top, so...
Unfortunately, DotA having already warded the pull camp, as Phoenix grabs an armor and moves down to secure the invisibility rune on bot. Largely uncontested as the fight starts to happen on top lane by the looks of it. Bristleback trying to get up there. Rubik throwing out some hits as Treant kind of wraps around behind. He is defended by a friendly neighborhood lion, but Treant scouting that out from invisibility. As Rubik moves in and they're going to lift him up. Treant throws down the leech seed and they're starting to do some damage, but not really able to do a huge amount as the Hex comes out. And the bristles going
Phoenix
out.
is here too.
This could be some kills here. Lena coming in,
Good rotation,
using that press R button, execute to get a kill and potentially maybe take a tower here as well. As Vera and Blue kind of scattered as he sees start to group up and make some very big team fights.
Radiant structures are
on the mid lane, Wind Ranger does have a 6, so she might go for a trade here. This is an aggressive TP here, right into their team. This might be a mistake.
2 aggressive TPs right into their team, and the Bristleback is dead.
Too late though.
One cancels, but the CM doesn't cancel her TP. Goes in, and Phoenix just throwing down an ulti, and that's a very dead CM. Oh, no, the lucky attack will kill her, but a creep gets the last slice.
Radiant's top tower
too
is
strong.
under attack.
And
20 damage.
they take a couple more kills and proceed to go ahead and
Dire's
destroy the
middle tower
tower.
CM is going to trade though. Oh no, they're going to get the deny here. Hopefully she's going to go for
maybe even heal it up with tree armor. Although tree armor
Dire's
on
bottom
for quite a while,
tower
so
is
here's the
under
deny. Oh, no!
well played.
Radiant's
Shackle
top
didn't
tower
land.
Well
is
done,
falling.
Shackle, to get a last hit. So trading one tower for one tower,
Dire's
not so
bottom
bad.
tower is under
But
attack.
putting their offlane in a very awkward situation and solidly securing a lead in kills. SCAU once again showing us a great kill lead.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't
But as
just
we
a
saw
tower
last
for a
game,
tower
I mean-
though. They lost, was it 3 heroes there? Bristleback dying twice.
Yeah, so 4 kills or so, I believe they lost. So yeah, I mean a big shift in the momentum of the game, but I mean we've seen SAU be this far up
Dire's
before,
bottom tower
and we've
is
seen
under
them
attack.
drop it back down to just unfortunate fights against VDP and extended engagements. So it looks like they are learning from their last game though and backing away immediately, trying to take the safe farm, keep their carries nice and farmed, and be cautious about controlling the entirety of the map. We see the tree illusions moving through the forest there to make sure as a minor engagement might happen here on top. Prospect maybe looking to go in, but Chug just backing away and saying no thank you.
And if you look at VVB's heroes, they're not the type of heroes that do well in a from behind situation, especially the Bristleback. You do not want to be 10-minute Bristleback with just a Ring of Bassi and a Stout Shield to your name. Because, you know, your defensive ability, you know, relies on your levels, and it relies on you getting, you know, at least one defensive item like the Vanguard or Puff or something.
Absolutely, and we can see as we scroll around onto the top there, Rubik helping his friendly carry take down this stack of creeps. And Jug, if we take a look over at his net worth there, see very solidly in the lead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
a nice
attack.
500 gold lead on the Wind Ranger carry. So his Phoenix just takes some free farm down the bottom. And we see the teams kind of shuffling around looking for their next opportunity.
Radiant's
very
bottom
decisive
tower
here.
is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think Serious Clowns is happy to just play this passively right now, and they'll look for kills when they can. But, you know, I think they're happy. They're fine going into the late game, especially if they're ahead. So I don't think they'll be too aggressive in the near future. Might have a little tussle at the ward spot though. Shackle does land.
Yeah, absolutely. It's leading. It's Shackled, and then Quap goes in for a full ability set down. Lena's having none of that, turning it around immediately. Seeing throws down the frostbite, finally picking it up, but it's not high enough to get the Lena. And a quick.
This is going to be a turnaround.
That's not going to be enough. It could be a turnaround, a big turnaround from SCAU as they drop the Wind Ranger. Phoenix flying through to turn against the rest of them and turning into an egg, but they're a little bit too fast for him.
Yeah.
As Lion throws down a quick Earth Spike to secure their escape. But Phoenix flying all the way across the ancient spot and chasing them down.
I think that egg
Wind
was
Ranger,
more to get the refresh on his ability more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
and Jug wasn't even there.
Too well, but
Jug just farming away, and they won.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
BVB sticking around a little bit longer, but you see, like the Wind Ranger pick, she does not do well against this heavy magic dealing lineup, and we're probably going to see that time and time again. You can't evade magic damage, so you know she's going to have trouble all game.
Absolutely, and this is why, like I talked about earlier in our draft analysis, that I didn't think that we would see a Wind Ranger facing up against Alina because of exactly that issue, that Quap would have been a better matchup, which they didn't in fact end up doing, but Lena, yeah, unless they can push this to the late game, where Lena's going to become a bit more right-click orientated and her burst isn't going to just combo people out like that, they could be in a lot of trouble.
Bottom lane, they're trying to bully out the Queen of Pain here, I think, but she's got the CM to back her up.
And she doesn't seem too phased either. I mean, she's got some one-shots.
She could probably kill the Rubik here. He's out here by himself, but she's scared that he's got backup when he doesn't.
And they can even see that he's out there by himself though, with Phoenix standing exactly on top of a ward, and another ward scouting out the CM in the area.
Looking at the Windranger, I don't think they can kill her here. Lena is coming in though, she does have the ult. She's probably going to drop the Windranger here.
Throws down a stun, but Queen of Pain throwing down a lot of damage back on her.
The Lion rolling around, he's got a haste.
Hasted Lion, yep. But the tree armor just defending her against the Windranger rapid fire, and she just walks away.
Yeah, Moon walks right out of there. So that could have gone either way, but I think both teams be fine, but they didn't lose anyone. And meanwhile, Jug, he's almost got his Battle Fury.
Rubik stealing a quick shackle there and throwing it back at Windranger on mid, then stealing the power shot and going for a kill, but not quite able to get it.
Looks like we're going to see possibly an Orchid from this Queen of Pain on the side of VVB. Do you think that's the item pickup here?
Yep, I mean with the two Robo the Magi, they'll be as builders into Oblivion stuff.
Radiant's
Queen of
middle
Pain
tower
very
is
strong
under
right clicker,
attack.
so the attack speed always handy on her. And the silence could be quite strong against the opposing team, letting her deal with both Phoenix or Lena, or even a Rubik. Could very rapidly be torn apart by this kind of attack. So definitely a solid pickup, and with a fairly iffy engagement until the tree gets his blink, being able to
Rubik showing Windranger how it's done. That's a cheeky play.
Yep, I really think he's showboating for this stream, Nez.
He knew I was watching.
He did. He did.
Denied.
Alright, this game has turned a bit passive in the last sort of 5 minutes. We've only seen about 1 kill, so who's happier right now with this passive situation?
Well, I mean, VVB in a very awkward situation, behind on kills, so I'm surprised SCAU aren't kind of pressing their advantage. We see VVB now picking up a smoke, which is an excellent choice here. Hopefully probably trying to push in as we see Rubik picking up a blink dagger.
14-minute blink dagger on Rubik. That is fast. That was the same time that the Jug got his Battle Fury, so this Rubik is having a good game. Bottom lane.
Well, I mean, while the trend has kind of been wandering around and getting up
Phoenix
to all kinds of business, we have seen it come in.
The ult comes in, but they got nothing. I'm not sure what that was.
A little bit late on the help there, really probably just kind of looking to secure the escape as they walk out.
He'll probably blame it on lag.
Lena, definitely blame it on lag.
She should have committed. She probably didn't even need the Dragon Slave there. She probably just could have ulted her.
Yeah, she even had the Yules, so she could have closed in.
The Lion might be in trouble here.
But this could be the Yules now. No, Lena, not interested, walking away.
Nah.
Phasing out.
It's just the fear. It's the fear of the Lena. See, the Lion doesn't really want to walk back here, but they do have wards here, so they know that she's left. And they can continue passively farming.
Definitely, I mean, VVB probably enjoying the passive farm more than SCAU are right now. All heroes that are able to farm pretty well, I mean, Bristleback and Quap with a large amount of AoE damage, Windranger happy to farm kind of any lane at a decent distance, and even see him able to jungle by herself. Whereas SCAU don't have quite the same capacity to farm, though a Juggernaut with a Battle Fury is definitely something to be afraid of, as we see him skyrocketing in net worth there, almost 2.5k ahead for the Windranger on the opposing team, as he just kind of chews through the jungle happily, having his safe farm.
Yeah, Jug is having a good time with that Battle Fury, and he's just going to spend as much time as he can in here. He's not looking for kills, and it looks like
we see Tree dropping a smoke and
Bristleback has been found. He's going to be in trouble here. Lena going to the low ground. I'm not sure about that.
Lifting him onto the high ground and maybe trapping in the trees. No, not quite. As they decide to walk away from this Bristleback, who now has a Vanguard and his troops up, looking a lot tankier than he was.
The thing about the Vanguard is it doesn't block magic
Rubik
damage.
stealing from pot though. This could be a very dead pot. Wind Ranger coming in, turning around, making it a 1-for-1, but a 1-for-1 against the Corp isn't that great. And Phoenix coming in with a slow and some serious slows and earn on there.
This might be a dead Wind Ranger.
Thing, but
Gonna ult? Yes, nice dodge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's
and tackled by the Dragon Slave.
So they got the backup.
To make the run, but the Bristleback's coming in there. Tree grabs her, and Lena finishes her off with the Laguna Blade. Now Yulesing up the line, and I'm surprised they're not going to keep making the push in there, but SCAU continuing to secure their further kill advantage.
Radiant's bottom
Bristleback's going to chase, but can he do a whole lot here? Phoenix, though, looks to try and stand and fight.
Not sure that was the play.
Time to do so as Lena moves back to try and save him, but Bristleback decides to make the back away.
The Jug here
as the
now.
Juggernaut shows up, though, and Tree kind of keeping an eye on them. Jug looking to maybe get off a solo Omni Slash if possible.
Jug has gone for the boots
but
of
catching
travel
out the
there.
Queen of Pain.
Queen is
on
back.
the bottom lane.
She's about to die. She does have the blink.
They find her. Oh, but a slightly overzealous leech
Radiant's
seed
bottom tower
before the
is under
stun could
attack.
get her, hurting them badly.
Still haven't got the tower yet.
Radiant
They're gonna take it
structures
now.
are fortified.
Oh, this could be another fight if they want to defend this.
Glyph and they're moving in, and Jug is very, very confident as Wind Ranger comes in, drops the tank, but he's going to respond with an Omni Slash, almost killing her immediately. And Tree and Protector getting the kill with the ulti, holding his whole team there, Lion countering with the Finger of Death on Tree, as the Rubik then disappears to Queen screen, and CM with a Frost Bite.
They want that Jug.
SCAU running away with their tail behind their legs. Lena getting a clutch stun on the Bristleback as Juggernaut TP's out with his boots of travel, making it just in time as the Queen of Pain chases him across the map.
So ultimately, Serious Clown's losing 2 there. The gold swing does go in the favour of VVB, so that's because they're so far behind at this point. So they'll be happy with that, I guess. They probably wanted more, but you know, that's what you can ask for, you know.
Absolutely, and I mean, with the comeback mechanic though, the furthest SCAU get behind, get ahead rather, and VVB get behind, the more these kills are going to be worth, and it's going to start to seriously push their cause into a position to face them. As we said earlier, I mean, the later this game goes, I think the more difficult it's going to be for SCAU to do anything significant. Much scarier and bigger carries on VVB, and definitely much bigger carries when they get significant item value.
Yeah, and I think SC have the better team fight. Not saying that VVB's team fight isn't good. We got a fight breaking down the Bristleback. They might have the damage to kill him here. With the ult, he's gonna fall. Lena getting the kill.
Here he goes. And that Bristleback being behind definitely really hurting them. I mean, these heroes, all relatively item dependent. Do you think perhaps the draft from VVB was a little bit too greedy?
Possibly. They do have heroes that can fight early. I'd like to see a stronger support from them though. Maybe not the Crystal Maiden. We've ragged on Crystal Maiden a lot, but I don't think it was the pick here. Also, instead of the Vanguard here on the Bristleback, I'd like to see a pipe. Yeah, I mean, who's actually dealing right-click damage? Purely just the Jug. I mean, Lena is a bit, but, you know, what you're wanting to do is block her magic damage, really.
Yep,
But we see that there's the cloak,
here,
so he's probably going for that second.
Yeah, true, and Tree and Protector here cosplaying as a ward, beside his ward. Just keeping an eye on his opponents there as he, as they probably look to maybe smoke in a second. CM certainly has it, and they're all grouping up. Here comes the smoke, but it could be accidentally popped by a Tree and Protector. Fortunately, he's already gone off on
he's stuck around.
Yes, they curl into the jungle with the Queen of Pain as bait. And Juggernaut is dangerously close, maybe even looking to try and get a triple kill on this.
Wrong way.
Should be a very,
he does have the
very
spin
big
in
Juggernaut.
TP. He's
Doesn't look
just
TP though, trying to get away from the rapid fire.
Oh, he's just,
doesn't even need it.
He's gonna moonwalk out of there. He's fine.
Radiant's
middle tower
the
is
tree
under
out.
attack.
He can defend against anything they can throw at him. I mean, Blade Flurry with a magical immunity.
Phoenix coming in
A
too.
very
They
big
want to fight
bonus
this
against the opposing team.
We might see an egg dropped here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The egg Tree and Protector ulti is just disgusting. Played against it before, and
Dire's
the
top tower is
5
under
team
attack.
fight, it just wipes it.
Absolutely, and I mean, Rubik already with a Blink Dagger and looking to get a 4-star stuff. Hopefully this tree, and maybe they look at giving him a little bit more farm to get him that Blink, and give them a very, very strong initiation with an Icarus dive, Blink ulti into the Phoenix Egg, being just a horrific amount of CC and damage going out.
So the Queen of Pain does have the Orchid here. However, I think that's more of an aggressive item. It does help against a lot of their heroes, but you know, in these 5v5 engagements, I think there are better items like the Ags is going to help you a lot more.
Well, Juggernaut is getting a lot of free farm. He's in a very safe position, and he's able to Blade Flurry and the TP boots out of pretty much anything, along with the tree armor, giving him a very high level of survivability. So, seeing a Queen jump in on him with possibly a +1, throwing down some silence and a little bit of damage, could very easily be the end of him.
But if they're doing that, then they need to continue trying these smoke ganks, even though that last one didn't work out. But they need to have the Queen at the front, because if he gets that Blade Fury off, he just lives. They can't do anything to stop him.
As we saw in the last smoke gang, absolutely. I think they need slightly more aggressive vision than what they have right now, and it is very tempting in this scenario when you're being pushed back and you do feel a little bit trapped to have these defensive wards, but I feel that the offensive wards are the path back to victory here, and they possibly need to take that risk to get it off. But we do see the Queen of Pain taking advantage of exactly what we just talked about and destroying this jug almost instantly, thanks to a more defensive ward, so perhaps I am just wrong.
Yeah, Jug playing a little bit too aggressively there. Did they even have vision here? I don't think they did, so yeah, that's probably more of a misplay on his part. He's getting a little bit, too confident.
Especially with the amount of vision that SCAU have in the enemy jungle, not seeing any players there and seeing almost all of their players there. I'm amazed that he didn't pick up that he would probably be seeing a lot of enemies very, very soon.
As an avid Treant Protector player yourself, do you rush the eggs here? Is there any items you want to get before that? Or is that the item?
Well, the eggs is a very, very strong item, but I think that it's a much stronger item the faster you get it. I think if we were looking to get an eggs, we would certainly want to be doing it earlier if at all possible. It does remove a lot of the requirements of warding and stuff, but I don't think it offers enough of an advantage here. SCAU lack a very good initiation. I mean, you can always Phoenix dive, but I'm going to stop for a second as we see this lion getting picked off almost immediately, slightly overextending, and just getting devoured by the Lena ult. But as I was saying, we don't see a particularly good initiation from SCAU. I mean, we see Rubik can blink left, we see Phoenix can kind of Icarus dive in and ult, but neither of these are particularly strong initiations.
So you think maybe the
Treant gets a blink. If Treant gets a blink, then a blink ulti is going to be a really big deal, and we see him sitting with an 1800 gold racked up in the bank, so probably looking to see a blink very soon. Egg's definitely a very strong item, but I think in this instance the initiation provided by a Blink Dagger is just too much to give up. And I mean, when you can follow that up with an Icarus dive, along with the Fire Spirits and a Supernova from Phoenix, it's a hugely threatening combo.
So, do you think they just want to continue this passive farming game, or do you think they just group up in 5-man, or is that a bit too risky at this stage, going into, say, a Queen of Pain ult?
Well, SCAU have a great advantage right now. I mean, they are 8 kills up. They do have a good amount of farm. I think they're probably looking to get the Blink Dagger on their Treant Protector because they want to do anything significant. But they are in a fantastic position. We are going to see a fight on the bottom.
Oh, Jug just destroying Queen of Pain.
Jug just, yeah, absolutely wrecking people.
You're going to take out mid?
TP in,
I'll take yours.
Yep. They're having no problem, and this Juggernaut is definitely huge. Almost a 4k net worth lead.
See, that's the situation. The Ags gets you the kill there. The Silence, it's questionable. Did Queen of Pain use it in that engagement? I'm not sure.
Double damage.
I did not notice, to be honest.
I
don't know, like,
is under attack.
I honestly believe that the Orchid pickup was probably the correct answer. All things considered, I mean, it does provide them with a great way to shut down Juggernaut, and I think if they had have made a better go at using it, it could have been much more threatening, but we do see Juggernaut TPing into this top tower. But actually deciding to...
They actually abandoned the Roche for that.
Yeah, a very ballsy play, but I guess, I mean, a Phoenix and a Treant aren't really finishing it without a Juggernaut.
They did save the tower though, so maybe they'll be happy.
Yep, and saving a tower in any kind of Treant game is a big deal because, I mean, if you can't take that tower, then it's only going to get harder and harder to take. And with big counter push from Lena too, they're not too worried about this tower taking any further hits while the heal's up.
Caught out the seam here. She's in trouble.
Yeah, picked up by the Phoenix, but can she actually do anything? Jug shows up though, and he's going to show how
she tried to finish off the ward with her dying breath, but it wasn't to be.
Dire's top
VVB
tower
though,
is
very
under
intent
attack.
on taking this top tower as Rubik TP's out to look at it. Pulling these coops back behind it and giving Treant probably another opportunity to give it a bit of a heal. As the entire team moves down to take this rush again.
Rubik's got bad memories of defending this tower alone, so maybe you'll play a little bit more carefully this time. But it looks like the rest of the team's backing up.
With no wards to see this this Roche attempt, VVB probably was going to have to let it
Dire's
go.
bottom tower is under attack.
And with this Roche, Treant protector, now it begins Blink Dagger, which we should see in a few seconds, I'm guessing. With
there it is. Interesting he's not picking it up from the slide shot there.
Oh, you know, in the heat of the game, it is easy to make these mistakes as they pop off the Wind Ranger.
I believe he actually...
Lena showing...
Oh no, he's got it on the courier.
Lena showing exactly why she can counter Wind Ranger. If the Wind Ranger doesn't get a hit or get any kind of items. As Treant picks up his Blink Dagger and blinks away. And I believe we have a Juggernaut with the Aegis as well. And now, to be honest, to me, is the time to fight. Treant able to provide a huge amount of vision through this jungle and lock down this bottom tower along with a Blink ulti. And a very strong team, plus an Aegis. I mean, VVB in a very, very awkward position. As SCA, you move in to take two towers simultaneously.
Yeah,
Radiant's bottom
split
tower
up here
is
a
under
bit,
attack.
but looks like they've decided
Dire's
against it.
top tower is
I'm
under
going to go for the safe option and push his 5, which I do agree with. Can't afford to lose some of their heroes here. With this,
although they do have like a very
top
rapid high mobility set here, but Jug just going top to defend along with a Rubik, making sure that top tower still doesn't go down, maybe looking for an almost perfect game having already lost the tower. The team spread out. I'm not sure I agree with that, TP.
Well, they had the tower. What I want to see from them now is take the remaining 2 tier 2s. They have the Aegis, they've got the team fight, so I don't see any reason why they should be delaying this game. And it looks like they are rotating up top here. There might be a little kerfuffle here with Lena. She might go for a solo kill.
Yeah, Lena throwing out some abilities and just making a Queen of Pain disappear.
She might pay with this for a lot.
Maybe paying for it herself. Yeah, definitely paying for it herself as they all throw down abilities on her, although they miss it, and with her full stack of Fiery Soul, she just walks away. And that is a big loss. As SCAU rotate in to turn this into something more important, Super Granova goes down, making no one to do it. We see the Treant Blink combo, but not enough against the Bristleback. Already having his Pipe and Crimson Guard to absorb a lot of that damage, but SCAU not even worried about this as they just kind of chase him down and tear him apart, not even losing a Jug Aegis for that, or a Lena, who definitely should have gone down, but was slightly missed due to a few mistakes on the behalf of VVB.
Yeah, unlucky
now
from
we see the mid tower
on that Lena kill, but good work from Serious Clowns.
Radiant's middle tower
fighting
is under
across
attack.
the map there. Lena's seeing she can get that pick on Queen of Pain, so even if she might go
Absolutely,
down there.
I mean, removing one of their highest value targets and a huge amount of their team fight damage whilst actually being able to get away. And I mean, not only that, but by keeping herself there and
Radiant's
alive,
middle tower is under
making
attack.
VVB accidentally overextend and allowing serious clowns to rotate in, take some serious damage on the team. As the Juggernaut just kind of tanks the team through a Phoenix laser.
He shrugged that off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What do you see from
the healing ward goes down to
VVB?
Radiant's
here?
middle tower is under
They have
attack.
to fight here, right?
Pin!
Well, I
Oh,
mean, it's
shackles,
hard to
they
live the
should
middle
fight
tower,
into
so if they
this.
don't fight shortly, the Blade Flurry is now
Radiant's
down, and
middle
they have
tower
all of
has
them up, so
fallen.
now would be the time. Though no Quaffle
Queen of Pain has been wasted earlier.
Yep, and we see a silence go down on the Jug, but the Jug just walks away. Bristleback getting Yulesed up, and Jug going in looking to maybe fight him or the Queen of Pain, but instead just hitting a Rax. Windranger backing away as Rubik steals Windrun, and Windrunner, Ranger rather, coming back up. But Jug just kind of a machine, still with an Aegis, and can kind of just take these hits as they just throw everything out.
They're just going to reset here. I think Jug should just wait for his healing ward.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They are kind of standing back. Jug getting healed by both the
Yeah,
tree.
they've got the healing ward back up now, so they
and
should be
the
okay to go
Phoenix
again.
laser, and then kind of just walking high ground once again with the ward kind of chilling at the back. Bristleback's going to go after it, gets healed by Phoenix. Minor stun stolen from Windranger, goes back to Windranger. As the blink of the tree comes in, a big ulti there, ripping in the Windranger,
Wind blows.
and a pause
That's
from SCAU as the tree disconnects after a
that's
huge
got to be
attack.
beam, right?
Bristleback. Definitely BM. The BM disconnect.
Serious clowns, the kings of BM.
Bristleback in a very awkward position as Windranger disappears. Lion kind of falling back along with VVB. Kind of in an awkward disarrayed position against a 5-man that still has an Aegis, and
Yeah, I feel like this might be it for VVB unless they can pull something out. Like I said before, the Ags again would have been nice on the Queen of Pain because you just can't defend without it. We saw the Sonic Wave getting shrugged off earlier when she used it solo, but if she had the Ags here, it might help a little bit more in terms of repelling this 5-man death ball, as it were.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, a very, very strong team fight coming out from SCAU. VVB also sporting a potentially very strong team fight, but just not able to get the early game leverage to move into the mid to late game, which we always thought they would have had to do to get past SCAU's very strong early game.
Yeah, at this point I'm not sure there's much VVB can do. I think Bristleback just goes down here, right? Although Lena is out of mana here, so they probably can't stick around for too long.
Trainer Protector having mana boots up though, so definitely another Lena stun could come out in 3 to 4 seconds.
Jug's still with eggs. I mean, they're 100% taking these racks, but it's just a question of whether they go for more. Possibly even straight for Throne if they're feeling ballsy.
It could be the play. I think they'll probably go for the safer racks here, with the this being the last game of the series and the opportunity to take advantage into the Pro League and the $1,000 prize pool that is kept there being on the line.
I mean, they smell the weakness here and they might just go in for the kill. They've got Windranger down for 65 seconds with no buyback. She does not have the gold to afford that, so it looks like she did go all in on this Crystallis when she brought it. So they are playing 4v5 right now. It might be 5v3 soon. Bristleback also does not have buyback.
Although, that being said, Bristleback about to have his Crimson Guard and Pipe cooldowns come up rather, so could be a very good opportunity for his team to make the move.
Yeah, we've got the
mech
there, we've got the Earth Spike, so he might be able to get out of this one. If they can reset here and re-engage. You've got the CM still with ult, although it's only level 1, so, and Frostbite only level 1 as well. That's an interesting skill with there. She's obviously tried to help her team as much as possible with the Arcane Aura, but definitely that high level Frostbite would have helped in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Frostbite's such a strong, long CC and an excellent tool to allow yourself to jungle too. I'm just really surprised that the Crystal Maiden hasn't picked these up, instead taking the Crystal Nova. I mean, a very strong attack speed and movement speed slow, but this is a team that doesn't really care a whole lot about their attack speed on SCAU. I mean, all of them kind of just wanting to throw down spells and then right click to click.
Yeah, and because of that, they don't really need to be that close either. So Frostbite being sort of a root spell rather than stun isn't going to affect them as much either. So again, this pick into this lineup, not fantastic. Apparently they got a storm over there. I mean, at this point, Serious Clowns can probably play 4v5 and just press R when needed on the tree, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, blink R, throw down some clutch E's.
Right, let's
I mean, Treant can essentially kind of just sit quietly, invisibly in a corner and throw down on whoever.
Let's check out these graphs here. We've got XP lead, Serious Clowns over 15,000, gold.
Yep.
Essentially the
Also
same.
over 15,000.
Almost looks like the exact same graph, honestly. So you're getting to that level of almost insurmountable unless I think the only way VVB comes back here is if Serious Clowns overstays their welcome. Maybe goes, you know, for tier 4s or another set of racks without their big ultis up, and they might pay for that.
Is there really, the point that they overstay their welcome at this point, man? I mean, they've still got an Aegis up. They've got plenty of supportive cooldowns. I mean, Phoenix Laser, Urns, Arcane Boots, variety of ways of keeping themselves
it's DotA.
up.
Anything can happen, right? If, say, Bristleback barely makes it back to the fountain, Jug dives, ends up going right into the fountain, losing Aegis, you know, there are plenty of ways that they can throw this game, but I think, yeah, the onus is going to be on Serious Clowns to throw it rather than VVB just making some huge plays. Because, I mean, you could probably put 5-8k players on these Radiant heroes right now and they'd still struggle.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely a very tough position to be in. Hopefully we can see the return of our storm-harried Treant Protector shortly to see the finishing up of this game.
I mean, he likes to really, you know, savor his wins, so I think he's just dragging this out as long as possible. He's
Absolutely.
back.
Here we go, back into the fight. And Bristleback taking a lot of damage. Lifted by the Rubik.
He hasn't used his pipe or his Crimson Guard. There we go.
He uses both of them. I don't think it's going to be enough, or a little bit too little too late, and it is in fact too little too late. Didn't even check his cooldowns like needed.
No buybacks.
Radiant's
They're in trouble.
And two major cores, no buybacks too of that. Probably looking to see this Rex going down. One more.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But they're definitely going to lose another set of X here. Aegis is gone, by the way.
Yep, just got reclaimed.
Dire's bottom tower is under
attack. If they play
attack.
this carefully, they might still lose this, but they might save the last set. They do, actually, they've got the tier 3 top, so
Dire's
the tier 2 top, so they can't go straight for Megas.
Quick Earth Spike to try and delay it on Jug, but Jug's not having anything of it.
Wind Rangers,
quickly
they can fight here as soon as they get those other two heroes up. They're gonna have to. The initiation's there.
But this could be a very dead line.
They don't have the. They don't have mana for Laguna. Wind Ranger comes in.
Here we go.
Melts lead with the Shackle Shot. They can kill the Jug here. They should be chasing.
Bottom tower is under
Absolutely,
attack.
this could be a very dead tree too. Rubik going down, getting a little bit too greedy and getting frostbitten for minimum distance, but they're going to chase now and they're in the haste room waiting up there for them. Junk teleporting out in the shackles, not
unlucky.
quite on time.
That would have been huge. Phoenix is probably just going to pick this up and... Oh, he's in trouble.
Haste!
Just going to run his way out. He probably can make it. Juking into his own jungle, and I don't think they'll foresee him being here. Although the courier could get picked
under
off.
attack.
No, curling
So
just to the side.
just like that, I mean, they do lose the tier 3 and one of the wreck spot, but I think that's the best they could have hoped for, right?
Yeah, I mean, not the worst outcome possible, and we see Lion picking up a gem, Treen already having one, and a lot of smokes now. Probably needs a bit of a smoke, considering he's in the middle of a storm as Lion takes down that ward, and CM picks up a blink dagger to get herself into the fight, or out of the fight as it were. And both teams kind of resetting to a relatively passive position, as I think we're probably looking to see SCAU maybe wanting to pick up this Roshan shortly, and then rotate top to make sure we're prepared and close this game
Got
out.
about a minute left, so they're definitely going to be sitting around this, because if they get another Roche, I mean, you know, it's extremely hard to kill that Jug twice. I mean, they couldn't even manage to kill him once in that last fight. And again, like I said, the overstaying their welcome, possibly. They did lose the Aegis. Lena no mana, she couldn't use her ult, even though it was on cooldown. Wasn't on cooldown. Phoenix Egg was on cooldown. So they had lost a lot of their power.
Definitely, it sounds like we're potentially having a little bit of trouble during that fight as well with his DotA. So
yeah, I mean, if I lose a fight, I blame Leg too. So, you know, it's a strong play from him.
Yep, definitely, very strong choice there. Something that we would expect to see from a semi-pro league.
Yeah, it's also like the longer you pause, you know, the more mentally straining it is on the team in the losing position. So this is good tactics here out of Serious Clowns, doing some fake DCs, just to keep that pause time at a maximum. It really puts the hurt on VVB in their position.
Big calls from my co-caster here, ladies and gentlemen.
I call it like I say it.
So we see both teams starting to pick up some core items. I see that Windranger has picked up a Blink Dagger, and then Eggs, Crystallis kind of thing. How do you feel about this? Do you think Blink Dagger is necessary in this matchup?
Well, Blink's always a good item on Windranger, because, you know, those shackle shots are hard to land, especially since they reduce the radius that they actually hit. Helps the early game a bit. I don't think it's an item you can skip. It's tough. Like, I like going Eggs first sometimes on her as well. And also I've noticed she hasn't gone for like a Maelstrom build, which is generally good as well for the early game output damage with the ult is just insane compared to anything else you can get for that sort of gold. But I think it's okay, and she has to go for this right click build, so because she's essentially their, she wants to be their position 1 really in terms of damage dealing. The cop's really not
and
cutting
she
it now.
Definitely filling that position in the net worth graph that you see with the highest of their team.
Yeah, the Quap forced to go into a BKB, which you never really want to do. You know, she's got
really
terrible right click
Eggs
already.
to get a lot of farm.
She needs something like an Eggs to increase her damage output, and the only thing she's got now is the Orchid, which isn't helping that much in these 5-on-5 engagements. Alright, looks like actually VVB coming towards the Roche here. It's still not up. So we found out it's actually a long Roche timer. Oh, actually, no. Yes. It's quite a long Roche timer.
Lion,
So they're going to be standing around here for a while. They
Yeah.
they want their Roche. Meanwhile,
Lion rewarding it though, and VVB with very strong vision around it. So SCAU kind of taking this opportunity to say, well, if you're going to kind of try and group up around Roche, we're going to push your top tower.
yeah,
grab that one
they,
nice and
they
free,
don't
and then
actually
maybe
know
rotate
if the
back down
Roche is
for
up
Roche.
yet, so they're
Radiant's
just
top
saying, well, they
tower is
can
under
have
attack.
it, you know, if they want it. They can obviously see the quad bottom, so they know they're not all in Roche pit. They're going to take the free tier 2 and probably go for the
Radiant's top
Megas.
tower has
Well,
fallen.
nah, just creating some space. They want the Roche themselves now.
Well, after forcing so many TPs and with the middle lane already pushing in, I mean, this is a great opportunity for them to rotate and take a look at that Roshan. I was very limited
Still got about a
vision though from
minute and a
SCAU
half.
right now.
Yeah, you can find yourself in this position when you are ahead that you know, you stop doing the simple things because you're just so confident. So let's hope that... Do they actually have any wards on any of the heroes? No, so they may be
It
getting
appears
a
that
bit
their wards are
overconfident here.
also on cooldown though. So I think
They
that the
have
fact that the
begin-
line has just come through
Yeah.
with the gem of True Sight might have been very hurtful to them as we see BBB smoke up and try and
We
get
do
a
have
pick
the gem
before
on
they try to
the,
take this Roshan.
on the tree as well.
Tree like not as good though, unfortunately, not being able to hit up hills unless he's carrying a lumberjack axe or some tangas.
He's got the blink dagger though, so I mean most of the hills you can walk off now, which is nice. So now SC coming back for the Roche as well, which still isn't enough. These teams
So
must
it will be
thinking,
surely, but we do see an unfriendly Queen Pain illusion sitting there, potentially giving away their intentions, and they do have, again, that limited vision, not really able to. They can predict these
we're
incoming
definitely going to
attacks.
see a fight here.
We see AU in a great position. I mean, they have all their ultis up, they have all their engagements, and Lena even
Roche
picking
is
up an
up now.
Octarine core.
They are
Jug
making...
could possibly get caught out here, but CM not quite aggressive enough with her blink frostbite, and frostbite actually not long enough.
Jug doesn't know which
stairs.
stairs he wants to take here.
Well, he has a lot of options, but he's going to take the ones that lead to
Alright,
Roshan.
they know. They've got a smoke, they might consider using it. Yep.
Looks like they're going to let Jug kind of solo this while they back away, but not
The
even that,
double
they're going to
smoke,
smoke.
they're going to meet... Oh, this favours
Jug's going
SC,
in,
I
he's on a
believe.
hex. Bristleback gets lifted, and they're kind of throwing around. Bristleback caught out.
Bristleback
Tree
tanking a lot of
potentially
damage
looking
here. Meanwhile, CM and Quap stuck on hills.
But Windranger gets the ulti from Jug, and then accidentally gets picked up by the CM.
CM gets
Quap now
melted.
caught out as they probably eat her, although she managed to blink away just in time, still being chased. Lena comes through and quickly finishes the Quap off as the 3 remaining of VVB back away, and with the Lion maybe having... No, Lion didn't die. Okay, it's okay. Trent Protector though going down, dropping his Gem of True Sight, being picked up by no one on SCAU, but they do choose to, with their 4 versus 3,
this could
go
Radiant's
ahead and
bottom
take.
barracks are under attack.
Lena's gonna die here. They've got enough lockdown for it. Rubik with the right click.
Yep, they managed to take the Lena, but Jug comes out quickly chopping up this Lion
Radiant's
after
bottom barracks
I'll be
are
happy
under
with
attack.
that.
and stealing the Gem of True Sight back off the Lion, so a nice Gem of True Sight trade there with Bristleback getting 1, but Lion losing his one while CM tries to defend against the creeps on
I
the
mean,
bottom.
they're still gonna lose Roche, but getting that
Radiant's
kill on
bottom
Lena
barracks
is pretty
are
huge
under
at this
attack.
point. Her being second in net worth here, so that helps them out a lot, even for the line. It's a good trade. But this...
But it's looking to be a downward slope here with
Roshan has
Juggernaut now
fallen
having
to the Dagger team.
the Abyssal Blade and the Aegis pushing top, and then probably
And
just
he
going to
has
smash it right the way
almost
through.
6k gold on him, by the way. What do you think he is now? I mean, get rid of the Ring of Aquila, but what do you replace it with? Is it a defensive item, or do you just want more damage? Like a MKB could be nice to hit the Wind Ranger. Even something like a late game Blink Dagger can always be fun, just to surprise them.
I do not think that the Wind Ranger is a major threat to him at this stage. I mean, with the Lena, with the No, with the leader and his ability to just ultimate the Wind Ranger, I mean, he just makes it disappear.
I mean, he's still only got 2k health. We could see like a Skadi as well.
Skadi could be an excellent pickup. Potentially a Butterfly, which we just see him pick up, is a great item for him to give him a little bit of evasion against a team that can't really afford MK builds.
But like, who are you evading? The Wind Ranger ult? I mean, no one else is really doing a whole lot of right click.
Queen of Pain is still a strong and upright clicker though. I mean, that is one of her primary forms of output. And Bristleback, obviously a decent right clicker.
Gives him some more damage, I guess.
It gives him a lot more damage, a huge amount of damage, and a little bit of movement speed as well.
It's just gonna go straight for the tower here. It's taking a lot of damage.
Walk in uncaringly.
Comes out. She
Pain goes in. Smells it.
The egg's on a very nice place here. They have to focus it.
Yep, and then the Juggernaut.
There's that combo we were talking about. Plus the Omni Slash. This is not looking good for BBB.
Yep, and Bristleback can be the only one that makes it out. Although, 2-3 by this.
Should not be there.
See him immediately disappears. Wind Ranger tries to run out, but I think this is pretty forgone that this tower's going down. Klopp's going to come in, but she doesn't have an ult. Without that egg, it's not a bit long of a cooldown, and this Juggernaut's going in deep. Fighting the Wind Ranger and just chopping her down. I mean, look at those huge hits, and even having difficulty hitting him when she drops down the rapid fire. It's they forced him back, killing him, and VVB throwing down their GG. And that will be the game.
Good solid play there from Serious Clowns, and they take the series 2-1, and they will be heading on towards the grand finals. So they are now
looks like there's a little bit of argument between BBB as to who is GGing.
Oh, there you go. Serious Clowns take it. So they are now guaranteed at least $300, I believe. Unless it's
well, no, there's no prize pool for the semi-pros. The winner of the semi-pros just gets into the pro pool. The $1,000 prize pool is the pros only.
I'm being corrected.
Nice. Well, I will pass it back to the analysis desk now, and perhaps see you guys for a match a little bit later on. I'm not sure.
So Serious Clowns taking it. 2-1. Yeah.
What a game indeed. No, it was a bit more back and forth in this one. Wasn't quite clear cut, you know, how the other one's been. I mean, the game before when BBB came back, they rolled them. Yeah.
So the combo here, as you mentioned, was obviously well the combo to look out for was Egg into Overgrowth. So how much do you actually see of that in the game?
We only saw it like bind together in a huge fight right at the end. I think we had the blink Overgrowth, which caught them after the egg had already gone, and it got like 4 heroes, I believe. That pretty much just secured the fight for them. But even earlier through the game, just having those
It doesn't matter how you start. I mean, if you get off a stun into a over, it doesn't really matter either way.
So,
it's not like much we play.
Yeah, I mean, how much you can have. Alright, back on the air now, hopefully.
Hopefully we were good.
So what was it from Serious Clowns that you really thought sealed them the game there? I think they were ahead pretty much that entire game, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there was any point there where you thought it might have been going the other way, but
really just the Juggernaut being able to get decent amount of farm. He sort of went ahead as soon as he got his battle fury, sort of just went out of control of it. He was everywhere, got some burst travel, and just all over the place.
Yeah, and I don't think that BBB had any heroes that could play that big farming role and and take over the game. They had Wind Ranger and Queen of Pain.
Yeah, so again, it comes down to that fifth pick on the draft. I don't think Windrunner was the best pick of them all. I mean, you mentioned that there was Josh, that we did discuss that, but yeah, I think possibly something a bit more greedy, for want of another word, probably would have gone on a better choice.
Yeah, because they did okay early game, but then it slowly started falling away from them when they were taking fights.
Exactly, and you've got someone like Juggernaut who can excel if you get the farm.
Yeah, if they had a similar hero to Jug themselves, someone who can farm, really quickly all across the map, a mobile hero, it would have been a lot harder for Serious Clowns.
Yeah, you did mention Anti-Mage, right?
Anti-Mage would have been a nice one. Lycan, any good split pusher. I don't like Lycan as much because he doesn't have an easy escape against things like Omni Slash.
Yeah.
And so if they stun into Omni Slash, even if he runs, it does follow him.
He still could use the speed. The speed would still get him pretty quickly to a neutral creep camp or his creep wave. But yeah, it's still definitely.
And then they had the Lena Yules combo as well.
Yeah.
Once they got that up, it would have been even harder to split push against that. So they definitely need some quick reaction time if they had some sort of hero like that. Because we had the aggressive Tri-Lane as well. Do you think that was the right play as well with the Bristleback, Lion, Crystal Maiden, and the offlane?
Yeah, maybe for some fun early game antics, to be honest, but I don't know. Bristleback generally can hold up his own a little bit. Having a Tri-Lane with him.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you see very often.
It's not a regular thing. It's not,
because you pick him to be tanky and to survive.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I think they were using him to try and put pressure on the other lane,
but then again, from their pickups as well. Who do they have that could go onto that carry role as much? They're all. If you sort of want, Wind Ranger can. Queen of Pain can. I guess Bristleback can, but there's no real distinct
hard carry is
carry.
what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But I think even we talked about the Wind Ranger pick being bad because it could have been a better hero, but even the Wind Ranger pick, you're picking her into all this magic damage, which she's notorious for being terrible against high magic damage heroes. So the Jug was the only really one hero on the team that she had a good chance against. But even him, he's got the Omni Slash.
Exactly.
But as soon as she wind runs, you just Omni Slash it.
Yep.
And it negates the physical damage. But
it still does a ton of magic.
Exactly. So maybe that was a bit of a mistake on her part, or the team's part for drafting that. But I think they still played pretty well. They held it for quite a while, but it just wasn't to be.
And honestly, at the end of the day, it's DotA for you. You can have your games, and sometimes you get outdone at the draft, sometimes not. Sometimes it'll come down to a single team fight.
Yeah, we saw that BBB can dominate in the second game there.
The steamroll second game was amazing.
Yeah.
They were out for blood and they got it.
So I think these games, do you think they're coming down more to the drafts than the actual plays?
Oh.
Definitely, as the skill level of the players goes up, and of course, assuming that it's the average skill level across teams is roughly the same, then the draft does become more and more important. Yeah, and you really, I'd say you really get to see this in pubs as well, in ranked matchmaking, where like if you're in like a 2, 3, or even 4K game, the draft doesn't matter so much. But yeah, as the average MMR goes higher, there's like a point where sometimes yeah, the what you say, what you last pick can make, or first pick can make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Clinks, I believe, was the last pick in the second game, where it was very close. Yeah. I think it was the fifth. And that just threw that game on
bit of a spanner in the works of it.
Yeah, and as we saw, the team had nothing to counter that. And then this game, it wasn't so much counter picking as it was probably VPP not, recognizing the heroes they were against.
High mobility hero, I reckon, like you say, would be pretty good. I mean, they wouldn't have too much to go against it, and even if they did, they would have to throw too much. Sorry, they would have had to throw too much to stop it.
Yeah, so like maybe these teams were picking more comfort heroes.
Yeah. I was gonna mention that because say like Wind Ranger was the last pick, right? And look at where she went, bottom lane against Phoenix. Like she has no advantage there at all because all of Phoenix skills are non-physical.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does raise the question of like, what was she doing in the lane? What was the purpose? What were they hoping to get out of it? Right. And yeah, like
I mean, she is a pretty versatile hero, really. And yeah, as you can see, they were running out of time, so maybe it was just one of those comfort heroes. I mean, someone could have been happy with her, and they're just trying to fit her in as she went on.
I think also the supports from VVB weren't fantastic either because they were both those squishy, if Jug gets on them.
Yeah. Jug gets on them, they get caught in the egg, roots combo, they're done.
Yeah.
Then again, a lot of heroes will be done.
One specifically is good for picking up single heroes and blowing them up, and seems good for catching heroes out. She does have that ult, but I don't think I saw one seam of that whole game that affected.
Well, there was that rack down bottom there that stopped getting both of them. Yeah, they got half. But I mean, by that time, it was way too late.
By that time, she was only like level 9 or 10, so it was level 1 still. Whereas, you could pick something like a Binge, even though it was probably banned out, but it's more defensive, get the swap, and then you've got the auras for the team fight and that sort of thing that could have a lot more utility, maybe.
Yeah. Given how Bristleback, we were saying how Bristleback didn't really need the supports to be with him. Do you think it would have been better if they had just roamed instead? The two supports just roamed across the lanes.
So, what were they against? So, mid lane, Lena. Yeah, that's a reasonably easy kill. If you get a couple of stuns on her. Did she get ganked once in the laning stage?
Oh, then I can recall.
No, and then you had Phoenix, which is a little hard, and you probably don't want to commit too much to kill a Phoenix. But yeah, they definitely could have made more rotations on mid for sure and secured that for Wind Ranger and give her the lead. And remember, a kill on mid when you've got a Wind Ranger level 6 is almost always a tower. Yeah, so and yeah, they could have left the Bristleback top solo and just tried to let him get XP.
I mean, I think obviously their strategy, what they were hoping to achieve with the tri-lane off-lane was to shut down the Jug.
Yeah. Almost the opposite effect happened, giving him more fun, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got those kills.
They got more kills than they should have got, like in those first few minutes. Like, even if they had left the Bristleback there, even if he dies like 3 times or something during the laning stage, they still get less out of it. And at the end of it, what does Bristleback come out with? Low XP because he's had to share his XP with 3 heroes, and he didn't have much by the end of that laning stage. He had boots and a ring of Basilius by the time he started taking jungle camps. So I think that's one thing they were probably hoping to get something different. We did see the Seam leave. She got fed up dying at one point, and went bot to pull and take jungle camps. So I think that was a good move from them. They realised it wasn't working, and then they just left the line in to babysit the bristleback, which is probably okay. But again, we didn't see a whole lot of movement on the mid, because once you start pressuring the mid, that draws the supports.
Exactly, draws more people from top, and then the bristleback in turn can hastily or turn on a bit more.
Yeah, because I mean, if you can make that a 2v2 on top, bristleback's having a much funner time than a 3v2.
There was also a point where I saw they had a very nice ancient Dire had a very nice ancient stack going for their jug. And on the Radiant side, the only hero who would have been able to flash farm would be Bristleback with his Quill Spray.
Yeah.
So did Radiant have any any of the equivalent for their?
And again, that comes down to possibly that one run last may have been better off picking something else.
Yeah, they
have
no hero that can roam the map and farm, right? I mean, you're probably closest is Queen of Pain.
But well.
Yeah, that's a pretty minor and efficient way to go about it, right? Having to blink around.
Definitely. Like neither Windrunner nor Quap would have been able to flash farm. So it's all. That's why I asked, like, did they have any stacks for their Bristleback, or not even? Because
I didn't see any. I did see Jungle Camp stacked. Which he was doing the one by the ancient camp, but I don't.
Yeah.
It could have been. But,
right.
So maybe you think if they had focused on doing that, send one of their supports out to start stacking earlier, because you could have like the CM or the line rotate mid, stacking camps, and trying for ganks and backing up the mid.
Yeah.
And then that's contributing a lot more to the net worth of your team than standing around and the offline dying. So there's a bit to improve on their play there, and maybe they just have to make these decisions a bit earlier when they find out that trial is not working. But it is hard to do when you've gone with a plan and suddenly not working. You think if you back out now, you've just lost the game. Yeah, I think it hurt them more staying in there longer than they should have. But, so with that, we have Serious Clowns moving on to the grand finals.
And they'll drop down to. So VVB will drop down to the lower brackets, and they're going to be versing
the winner.
The winner of
Yellow, Solomid, and
Things +4.
I think
was it?
Also lost to Paragon, didn't they? Yellow Solo. Who are they versing? Anyway, there's going to be a match in the lower bracket.
Another team.
It's
going to be someone else. Not playing.
So they still have a chance of seeing him again in the grand final.
We can see a rematch of this.
We could see a rematch.
Sure.
It'll be quite interesting to see. I mean, now they've got to know each other a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying before, was it Serious Clowns who took the was that a grand final?
No, that was just quick look back, but they did verse Serious Clowns did verse.
Was that a corrupted cup game or something?
No, it was Australian.
Was it
Premiership. It was
right.
It was the Australian Dota 2 Premiership. It was about 3 months ago that they versed them.
In the sort of stages.
It must have been another version of this year, but they did.
They might be building up a little history here.
Maybe
a little bit of a grudge match. So
a rivalry. Can't go wrong. Rightio. Anyways,
with that, we will sign off and we'll see you next game.
Sounds good. So.